Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of August 24th, 2023 to order. Roll call, please, Ms. Sabata.
Ms. Miller?
Here.
Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Ms. Cooley?
Here.
Dr. Barton? Here.
All right, I'd like to begin by thanking our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for helping us out today, and all of our board meetings can be found live streamed from the district website. Is there a motion to approve today's meeting agenda?
I move to amend today's agenda to add an agenda item 2.05 titled Exploring Sustainable Options for Coal Creek Canyon, presented by Ms. Relu, Chief of Strategy and Communications, and our Executive Director of Charter Partnership, Ms. Adiko.
Is there a second to this subsidiary motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, hearing none, it has been moved and seconded to approve an amended agenda for a meeting of August 24th, 2023 as presented with the addition of an agenda item 2.05 titled Exploring Sustainable Options for Coal Creek Canyon. Roll call, please, Ms. Savada.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Cooley?
Yes.
Dr. Barton? Yes.
All right, the agenda is approved. So we'll start with our agenda item 2.0. I want to acknowledge that in the board study session today, we will receive recommendations from the superintendent's staff on phase 2 of regional opportunities for thriving schools, and that we will begin the school consolidation portion of the agenda at approximately 5 p.m. this evening. We are being intentional about our agenda today to ensure that schools impacted by phase 2 recommendations have an opportunity to speak to their staff after the school day has ended and prior to the information becoming public. The presentation associated with agenda item 2.03 and 2.05 will be posted on our board docs platform when that presentation begins later this afternoon. So we'll move on to 2.01. For our first agenda item, the board will study a monitoring report on board end 3.2, which is titled Policy, Budget, and Curriculum Decisions will be reflective of students' abilities, socioeconomics, ethnicities, races, religions, sexual orientations, and gender identities. As a reminder, in December 2022, the district and the Board of Education agreed to a monitoring reports calendar aligned with board ends and with Jeffco Thrive's 2025 goals to guide board updates and meeting agendas. The goal of the monitoring reports is to present the board with data and information reflecting the work aligned to its ends and to Jeffco Thrive's, to present the board with information which it has requested through its executive limitations, and reflect a cycle of necessary board actions, either driven by statute or otherwise, like, for example, the budget process. So each monitoring report focuses on one of the statements within the board ends. The narrative within the report contains an interpretation of what compliance of that particular end means. The monitoring report is a compilation of multiple sources of data that inform compliance. I do want to acknowledge that Superintendent Dorland contacted board members prior to this meeting to acknowledge an oversight that the monitoring report was not published as intended in our board doc system last Friday. This means that board members and the public likely have not had a chance to review the full monitoring report. District staff presenting on this topic will be a bit more comprehensive with their comments and information around content than normal, and while I certainly invite board members to ask as many questions as we have for our colleagues here, and engage in discussion, we'll also make room on the agenda for discussion about this report at our September 6th study session. So we'll have 2 opportunities to dig into the information in this monitoring report. Before I turn this over to district staff, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to add?
Thank you, President Schooley. I appreciate the board's patience with us. And while I encourage you to ask questions today and over the course of the next couple of weeks, we're also happy to provide time for further discussion on this monitoring report in the September meeting. Welcome to our district staff who will be presenting today. Thank you all for your work on this monitoring report and your time with our board today. And I will let Ms. Pena begin our presentation.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. So I'm Tara Pena, Chief of Family Community Partnerships, and I am honored to share the table this evening with three of my colleagues. Brenna Copeland, Chief Financial Officer, Molly Freer, Assistant General Counsel, and Renee Nicothodis, Chief Academic Officer. So as President Schooley had shared, each monitoring report focuses on one of the statements of the board ends. Tonight we are here to share monitoring report on board ends 3.2. Board ends 3.2 states that policy, budget, curriculum decisions will be reflective of students' abilities, socioeconomics, ethnicities, races, religions, sexual orientations, and gender identities. We then interpret that to mean, in order to ensure an inclusive and equitable learning environment, district policy, school department budgets, and curriculum and resource decisions must be reflective of our students' diverse needs across a wide range of abilities and demographics. This will be measured by, or has been measured by, policy revisions and or adoptions that reflect and recognize diverse student needs, school-based budgeting aligned to diverse student needs and identities, and curriculum and resources that make learning accessible and engaging for students. It's also important to note that there is direct Jeffco Thrives alignment within Monitoring Report 3.2. As you know, Jeffco is guided by our strategic plan, Jeffco Thrives 2025. As part of our Learners Our Future priority, Jeffco has committed to the goal of all Jeffco students having extraordinary student experiences and a culture of instructional excellence. Aligned to Board Ends 3.2, the district is focusing on two initiatives. One is to ensure the use of high quality instructional materials and practices aligned to research and data, and two, to provide opportunities that strengthen individual school cultures district-wide. Together, these initiatives reflect our focus on learning environments and resource decisions that help Jeffco meet individual student needs. The action steps within the strategic plan are aimed at including curriculum implementation combined with professional learning, unit internalization practices, student engagement indicators, and emphasizing the importance of knowing students by name, strength, and need. In the report in front of you, what you will see is a disaggregate of our diverse student population, including a breakdown of our students by gender, our population of free, reduced lunch eligible students, our students as identified by race and ethnicity, our gifted and talented population, our students being served by individualized education plans, and our multilingual learners, or as I like to call them, our linguistically gifted students. So we work on many fronts to address our students' individual needs, and this includes making decisions about policy, budget, and curriculum that reflect student demographics and promote safe, equitable, and inclusive learning environments. If you would like to look a little bit more about the descriptive data, we do have a link within the report. Once you get a digital copy, you'll be able to look at the CDE district dashboard to look a little bit more closely at those specific breakdowns of the student demographics.
And Ms. Pena, the digital copy is in board docs now for our listening public and for our board, if you want to take a look at it while we're having this conversation. And then again, we'll talk again in September.
Okay, thank you. So as we talk about the district policy changes and implications, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant General Counsel Molly Freer.
Thank you very much, Tara. And thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to you today. As far as district policy, we've talked before, the legal department is undergoing a massive review of district policies, just making sure that they're updated, consistent with law and current district practice. And as part of that, we have been having a special emphasis on Board Ends 3.2 and making sure that we're really putting this at the forefront of our work. In the report, we've identified a few examples of policies where we've had an opportunity in order to focus on our students' diversity and policies, including our policies against discrimination were not updated since 1997, and we were able to update those. There's been quite a bit of change in the law, as well as just in the general outlook of the district. So we were able to update that and update our protected class list and make sure that we were being very inclusive. We also recently were able to, at the direction of schools and some of our students, we created a policy that allows students to wear cultural culturally significant adornments at graduation. Interestingly, this is one of the things that they can do is wear a native indigenous feather at graduation, and then right after our policy was put in place, the law changed, which allows this as well, which is wonderful. And another example is we did create and just bolster our policy on students experiencing homelessness, making sure that it's very, very clear that every student experiencing homelessness has a right to immediate enrollment and that we aren't creating barriers in that arena. So, and this work is ongoing. We're working as quickly as we can, but we're going to just continue to make sure that this focuses on our policy work going forward. Brenna.
Great. So the next section in this report concerns our budgeting practices as a district, and specifically the way in which we allocate resources to schools for school-based budgets. The report speaks to some work that commenced in May of 2022 and largely finished in January of 2023. The goal of which was to determine whether the student-based budgeting system was working as intended. And we really more specifically looked at are schools receiving sufficient and comparable budget allocations? Is there adequate funding differentiation based on student needs? And is the process transparent and predictable? The analysis phase of work was probably about 5 to 6 months long. We worked with a team, we called them a review team, that included principals, community superintendents, budget staff, and departmental directors to look at these key questions. And we discovered a few things. In terms of this question of sufficient and comparable, largely the formula was working in such a way that schools could afford the recommended minimum staffing levels and materials. However, there were different amounts of money left after buying that minimum staffing and materials. In general, the formula favored smaller schools and middle schools, and the formula overly penalized larger schools and high schools. On the student need question, we focused quite a bit of time on the degree to which we were providing sufficient resources for our students experiencing poverty. And we looked at the per student supplements available for all FRL kids in the district. So those would represent all of our at-risk kids, as well as the supplements we distribute through the Title I program. And we made, in general, we discovered that at our Title I schools, we were meeting a research-based recommendation of funding at least 20% more per student who is experiencing poverty. We were not yet meeting that same threshold at our non-Title I schools, so we made some adjustments to the at-risk factor that every student benefits from if that student is FRL, meaning non-Title I schools now get more money per FRL student. On the transparent and predictable front, we largely had lots of dialogue with our stakeholders and our external partner, all of whom essentially agreed that we could improve the process by starting to use forecasted enrollment rather than the prior year actual enrollment. And it was a necessity to do so because of school consolidations at the elementary level. So it's a good time to pilot a new forecast for enrollment that guided the budgets at the elementary level. We then did the design work, which was operationalizing a number of changes to the formula and process. I'm not going to walk through all those. And then we did quite a bit of implementation and training work. And as a note, we were simultaneously rolling out a new budget software for our schools. So school leaders were both trained on a new funding formula, a new software process, a new enrollment forecast process if you're an elementary school. So that presented a decent amount of change at one time. And I think that by and large, we pulled it off. We took We both looked at, once school budgets were submitted, how did it play out? We shared a little bit of that with the board in the spring in terms of some of those school profiles and what were we seeing in terms of staffing positions added or staffing positions adjusted in other sites that would kind of line up with the formula changes that we made. And then we also just did some qualitative feedback from our principals about did they feel like the system worked well, et cetera. And we've gotten some good constructive feedback on the system. By and large, principals really like our new tool, the new Anaplan tool. So we're very excited about that. No other highlights to note in terms of I think the next slides kind of summarize this. Are we going to come back to this? Or are we going to come back to it? We'll come back to that. Okie doke. I'm going to hand it off to Renee.
Good evening. I rather like the small room. I wonder if we might think about it as a permanent location for our meetings. It's nice to be up close and personal, and nice to see you all again. It's been a little time. So, hello, I'm Renee Nikothodis, the Chief Academic Officer here in Jeffco. Just give you a brief update as it relates to this monitoring report and our curricular resources. So as you all know, over the past few years, we've been working through, in alignment with our district adoption, our standards and curriculum adoption cycle that we've put together. We've been working through that timeline to implement new core resources for elementary literacy, as well as K-12 mathematics. And this year we are in our second year for math implementation, and we're working through that with the final schools coming into the third cohort next year. So we're quite proud of the work that we've already embarked upon and appreciate the support from our partners and, of course, in budget, and, of course, you all and your support to get these new resources into teachers' hands. And we're proud of the fact that we now have streamlined, high-quality instructional materials for our teachers to access, but we know that's not all it takes, just having a new resource to meet the diverse needs of our students. So this year we're also pairing that with a focus on lesson and unit internalization. So really the goal is to strengthen the instructional core that includes three primary components, and that is the increasing the teacher's knowledge and skill, increasing the rigor and relevance of the content and the materials that teachers are using, and also improving student engagement with the learning. And so with lesson and unit internalization, we'll be working through a process with teachers to go deeply into planning lessons, particularly around the diverse needs of our students. So you're very intentionally planning for the needs of our multilingual learners, our GT students, our students with disabilities, and internalizing the learning that needs to occur for those and predicting the kinds of misconceptions they may have in the learning process. And you're prepared to provide that support and academic feedback to those students in the moment. And so it's a very deep process of planning for instruction so the teacher can be very present with the students as they're learning, can interrupt any struggles in the moment, point of struggle for the student, with feedback that they have prepared based on what the learning target is in the lesson. So these two things, resources as well as highly effective planning process that is really based in making sure that all students reach mastery around the learning target, we feel is going to be quite effective in meeting all the range of needs that our students have. So excited to see some of the outcomes and the professional learning that our teachers will engage in and our school leaders this year around that. We're also lucky to have a very strong policy and process for curriculum material selection and adoption. It really describes different stakeholder groups that must be engaged in the process. That includes engagement from community, from students and staff. It also requires collaboration across divisions to ensure that the materials that we're selecting are accessible, relevant, and engaging for our students. We have input from our central teams for our culturally and linguistically diverse education department, our family school partnerships, our GT, and others who contribute to the process, give their feedback and input based on their perspective and the students that they support as we're selecting those resources. So we have a great process in place, and we do use that with fidelity anytime we are selecting a core resource for instruction. And then finally, the one thing that we are engaging in on top of that this year is an audit of our 6 through 12 ELA instructional resources. The recent Panorama student survey showed that 47% of our 6 through 12 grade students think the things they read at school are challenging. And so this has prompted an audit from our curriculum and instruction team, and we're also engaging an advisory group of our secondary ELA teachers to review all of the texts that are used consistently across grade levels. So we really understand what are the texts being used every year, how diverse are they, how rigorous are they, how engaging are they. So we'll have the findings from that audit to share with you in November when we're, I think, scheduled for another presentation around curriculum. And then we'll talk about how do we address some of the gaps that we find through some supplementary resources this year in grades 6 through 12 so we can start to enrich the kind of content and materials that students are exposed to at the secondary level. So I think that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Renee. So really in conclusion of this report, we are happy to share that there are 4 areas in which we are on track in meeting kind of the compliance measures and monitoring report in Board Ends 3.2. The first is which on track for district policy revision and adoption to reflect diverse student needs and experiences. Revisions to Jeffco's budget allocation formula process and aligned guiding materials that were completed in January of 2023. And finally, on track to ensure every student in Jeffco has access to rigorous grade level instruction. In our commitment to continuous improvement, we also have some areas of focused acceleration. 4 of those include that the legal department has created a new position for Title IX and student equity staff attorney. And at the time of this report was in the process of hiring, and I do believe that Chief Tolson has identified someone and will be bringing somebody on board to join her team. This school year, the 23-24 school year, we will commence the Jeffco Student Leadership Board that will actually have the opportunity to work really closely with you. Thirdly, develop new tools and processes to support principals in managing their budgets. And then finally, increasing rigor and relevance for secondary students. So those are our on track, our 3 areas of on track in meeting Board Ends 3.2, and then our 4 areas for focused acceleration. At this time, are there any questions?
Great. Thank you all so much for the presentation. Board members, as we mentioned at the top of the meeting, we haven't had time to really dig into the actual monitoring report itself, but are there any questions or comments at this moment that you would like to ask of our colleagues? Yep, Director Reed.
So I had some feedback from math teachers about not being able to access the online resources for illustrative math prior to school beginning and to help them with their planning. Can you tell me what happened there, and are we fixing that?
Yes, part of that issue is around hiring dates for different teachers. And so as teachers get their start date within our systems, that all translate and flows automatically through all of the other digital tools and apps that they should be able to access. And we're aware of the issue, and I believe we've worked to fix that for any staff member that are currently working with us right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then the other thing with regard to secondary ELA, I'm glad to see that we are looking at our reading curriculum there. But I'm also wondering, are we developing a sort of a scope and sequence in writing? Because I think that's another area that is really hurting in terms of consistency across the district.
We are prioritizing an academic infrastructure refresh in the Division of Teaching and Learning. So yes, we are looking at everything that we have, and we realize that some of our resources are more robust than others, and writing is certainly one of those that we'll be looking at. For this year, we're intensively studying ELA for reading more than writing, but I think as we get into the secondary grades, we'll see some connections there that we may end up supplementing as well. But it's not the focus. Right now we're looking at text sets. And then also science. Science is on our cycle timeline, our adoption cycle and review cycle timeline. And so we're really looking at our science materials and reviewing those to see what we might need for an upcoming science implementation. So yes, writing is part of that audit. It's not the primary focus, but we may find things we need to supplement in the meantime.
Do you anticipate that it will become a primary focus sort of once you get through this initial piece?
Quite possibly, depending on what the findings are and what we see that we need to do, it may become more of a focused acceleration that we need to address more immediately.
Okay, it's just writing is so critical to thinking
Yes.
and to demonstrating thinking, and so I think that's a really important area.
Thank you. Yeah. It's hard to separate the two.
Other board member questions, comments? Yep. Director Miller.
Going back to the financial component where you were talking about the SBB and the forecasting, and you said that you all had done the forecasting for elementary schools. Why only elementary and not the secondary? Was this because we wanted to try it first to see how it worked, and then kind of work through some of what we learned and how we improve?
Exactly.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then the free and reduced lunch calculation in light of changes to FRL and identification, how are we adjusting for that? Is it kind of, we're working through this year, trying to figure out how we do identify children and families? I know that's not us only working through this too.
Yep. And so, still as part of participating in the National School Lunch Program, we do ask and hope that families will complete what's called a combined form, and that combined form works for purposes of reporting to the state, and which we still have to do, even though the state is next year starting a new at-risk count. But even then, we will still have to report to the state, and we will still have to report to the National School Lunch Program. So we effectively still have a form that we ask folks to fill out. We are going to be watching what's our completion rates on the form. There are incentives beyond just meals to complete that form in terms of fees, participation in sports, things like outdoor lab, et cetera. There's just lots of different motivations at different grade levels to go ahead and complete that form. So we'll see, what the participation looks like at the moment, and that those counts are what we'll use next year, so the 24-25 year. A component part will be direct certification of students, in which case we'll have a data feed, and some of that data we already have on hand relating to students who participate in SNAP, TANF, et cetera. Another component has to do with analyzing demographics within a precinct. That is more tricky because you're really just looking at overall demographics within a precinct, and we're not quite sure how that's how we then say in a choice district where the students go to school potentially outside their precinct, how do we try and turn that into school level data? So again, and we will still be needing to collect forms next year, 24-25, to participate in the National School Lunch Program. That will never change. And so we're going to have to see how it goes and hope that our families keep working with us.
Can I just add one more point to that? Our Department of Federal Programs, as well as our food and nutrition team, are actually working really closely together to monitor that combo form completion, and we're actually projecting higher right now in form completion rate this time as we were compared to this time last year. And so I know there's been a lot of concern about our ability to track that information and actually encourage families to complete that application with the free meals for all, but families are completing it actually at a higher rate right now, so that's good news.
Because that would have also tied a title dollars, correct, to schools, to each child. And so being able to make sure that that all ties together, I think, is critical. So thank you for that and the effort. And then I have one more question, but okay. The next question I have is, when we're talking about curriculum and we're talking about the alignment, now that we have alignment within our articulation areas, we may have 5 elementary schools or 4 elementary schools feeding to a middle school, feeding to a high school. And so the curriculum that is set at the elementary school level, how are we aligning that with our community superintendents as they work to support the K-12 experience through that articulation area?
Hopefully it's okay if I speak specifically to the math implementation for this year. We have about 60 schools that are bringing on illustrative math. We had 24 that brought it on last year. We have one school that has chosen. We had 3 that were approved for use in our schools, and one school has chosen a different resource from that approved list. But that does speak to the alignment that we have. Meeting with our community superintendent school leadership team last year, we had a lot of conversations about the resource and helping them make an informed decision around how to support principals in their choices. And we got there. So we have almost all of our schools this year implementing the same resource. So we're going to have really nice vertical articulation as we go through this implementation. It's a very high quality resource. And I expect we'll see the same thing in this third cohort, where most of our schools will be using one resource for math.
And then as we track that implementation for that program at the pilots of last year, the ones that we're having this year, and I assume we're learning
Yes.
how the implementation works, and then how will that tie back then to your elementary schools? Because some of the experiences coming from elementary schools impact the middle school, right? Which then impacts the ability for children to access the 9th grade or the high school math. And so that, just like reading and writing, builds your critical thinking and your ability to problem solve, starts early. And so I'm concerned how we make sure we catch those children up in elementary school so they can be successful at the secondary level.
It's always a challenge when we have some students in need of intervention or additional supports in later grades. My philosophy is early intervention, and I know research supports that as well, so I shouldn't own that as my great idea, but early intervention is what works for our students, and we know that. And quality instruction at Tier 1 from the beginning is best. But we inevitably will have students with gaps moving through our systems that we have to address. We are currently working on guidance for our schools that, along with illustrative math, here's how we can support you with using our intervention programs we have in place, like MAP Accelerator, which we're starting to see some early promising results about. So providing guidance of, here's your core resource, here's what your math block needs to look like, here's where you fit in the intervention, here's how you use your data to identify those students. And that's a big part of the internalization process, is really looking at the students within your class to say, who has what gaps that we can identify through the data that we collect with MAP and other assessments that we give, and then plan for instruction around that. So they'll still get access to core. All students will get access to core, but our focus this year, our learning walks that we're setting up for our schools, will be looking at, is the tasks that students are engaged in aligned to the grade level standard and the curricular resource? And our teachers intentionally planning so that all students can access that learning. So prior to teaching the lesson, they're looking at their data. They could be pre-teaching with MAP Accelerator by assigning a few lessons for students to do as homework prior to the whole group lesson. So there's many ways our teachers can go about supporting those students with some of those gaps through pre-teaching, in-the-moment support, modified work or pacing or sequencing of it. But I mean, it's always something that teachers have to balance. How do we differentiate that learning? But a lot of it starts with data and understanding the students in front of you. Does that help answer? It's a priority for the work that we are doing around lesson and unit internalization to make sure that that's happening and all kids are getting there. And supplementing the resource where we need to as well.
Yep, Dr. Varda.
I was wondering, for our curriculum work, the audit coming up sounds good. It also sounds like it's about process, like a process evaluation. And I just wondered, in future monitoring reports, is there an outcomes evaluation plan? Like, will we have data that tells us whether, what the impact is on the adoption of these new curriculums?
We do have our research and assessment team engaging in some program evaluation studies over the course of our implementation, and I believe we have some of those things coming up that we'll be sharing with you very soon.
Yeah, I'll just jump in and add that you have, I think it's next month, Dr. Kim, we're doing 1.1 monitoring report, which is all about student outcomes and student achievement. And what I think we need to acknowledge is, when you look at those results, there's a lot of different variables that can go into progress or lack of progress with student achievement. I mean, it can be anything from school culture to the resource and materials that we've provided teachers to use. And so the program evaluation that Renee is talking about is being undertaken so that we can hopefully draw some conclusions between the resources, the way they're being used, and the outcomes that we're getting with students. And I don't know what the timeline of that is, but it is being completed. And we'll be happy to share that with the board as part of our either monitoring reports or outside of our monitoring reports once we have that information. You will be receiving next month, though, more information about student outcomes from last year.
It would be looking primarily at the implementation process itself, and where the resources used as intended would be a lot of that information we'd gather from the evaluation study.
And just to maybe follow up on Dr. Varda's point, I think, as the curriculum implementation cycle that we're moving in that direction of being on something that's consistent, so we can think about and be really thoughtful about how we're moving through reading, writing, science, math, et cetera. Being able to have the process of how was it implemented, and were there ways in which, for example, professional development for teachers could have gone in a different direction, leading to a more successful implementation, or right? Any of those things would be super helpful as this is going to be an ongoing process. Yes. I mean, it's not always a brand new resource, right? Sometimes it's just an updated resource, but I think that those lessons learned as a practice for the district, so that, because this is a pretty big lift for all of these resources to be pushed into schools at a pretty quick clip, which was necessary. But I would imagine there are a lot of things we can take away from that will help inform that adoption cycle as we move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really valuable information in how we roll it out, how we support, how we communicate, all of those pieces. We get better at it.
Dr. Barta, do you have any other comments or questions that you wanted to? Okay. Yep. Go ahead, Dr. Parker. Go
Thank
for
you.
it. Yeah, sure.
Superintendent Schooley. I don't know that you have access to this right now, but I clicked on the adoption cycle for core content areas, and I'm confused. It's a simple chart, but they have standards adoption year. And so, for instance, I'll look at science, and it says 2027 to 2028. And then it says next standards revision is 2024 to 2026.
When I put that chart together, it is a little bit confusing. It's based on the Colorado Department of Education cycle. They have a 6-year cycle. And they begin with reviewing the standards. And once they review the standards and we have approved standards by the state board, those get rolled out to schools, school districts. They have about 2 years to adopt the new standards and then to align resources. So there's a bit of a lag. They'll start the review process, approve the standards, get them out to schools. Schools then have a timeline to make sure their resources, their standards are updated and aligned to the new ones, and resources also. So there's a lag in the process, but that's how it's supposed to work.
So again, back to science, if it says the adoption year is 2027, that's the next time the state's going to be adopting standards for science.
We are not anticipating, they're actually starting to have those conversations now, but we're not anticipating real big changes with our science standards, just based on some folks that participate in some of those conversations at the state level. So right now, our process just involves looking at our current materials, going through an RFP process to understand what we might need, and then when that time comes, then we'll be ready to deploy an RFP, identify a new resource, and work through that approval process.
So you're getting prepared in advance.
And it starts with really understanding what's our current state.
Okay, and then getting back to ELA, because that's what we have a massive implementation of now. So I understand when the standards were adopted, and the adoption review process, is that still considered the state? It's not ours?
I need to look at that chart to see which box you're looking at, to see if
and
it's us or
then
them.
the implementation, no, when I see implementation dates, is that for Jeffco, or is
Yes,
that, okay?
the implementation would be when we would be working on implementation in the district. And we've passed the window for ELA, so as we look at this 612 audit, that's why we'll probably stay focused on supplementary resources if we add anything to that, so that we can stay in alignment with that timeline. So it would not be a full implementation of any kind of core resources, but really just once we've identified some gaps, what are some supplementary pieces we can add right now to support more rigorous, more challenging, more engaging materials for kids until we get to that time.
Thanks.
All right. Yep.
Let me ask one follow-up. When we were doing the comparison and the rollout of the different curriculum, like we have the 5 core language arts courses that we're doing, and then we're doing illustrative math. Are we talking with other districts that are rolling out similarly, or that they're using the same resources that we're using and doing any type of exchange of information and learning. Hey, we're doing it this way. If there are some that have been a couple years ahead of us, what have they learned? So that we can play catch up faster and do
Yeah.
a bit of copying along the way. I mean, that's a nice form of flattery is, wow, you do it that way and we have similar populations being served and we hadn't thought about
Yeah.
that, and vice versa. We're learning things and we're sharing it back. Do we have those types of opportunities for you all?
It's a relatively new resource, illustrative math is, so there's just, there are people that are implementing it. In fact, we went to a week-long summer institute this summer, a standards institute, and illustrative math was highlighted over and over again throughout the sessions during that conference for alignment to standards and the quality of the resource. But there are some folks that we've been in contact with that are implementing the resource, but they're maybe a year ahead, so they're not terribly far ahead in the use of it.
So I have just two things, one more of a comment and then a question. Just want to mention for the the policy work that's been done and is being done on playing catch up and then on a cycle, that for community members that are interested in what the sort of depth of those changes, because it has been a lot of work around district policy specifically this year. That's all on the district website, and there's a memo around what's being reviewed, and that there's full access to see what's coming up and what's being kind of contemplated by the legal department. So I want to put that out there for transparency's sake, and thanks for the work in that, because some of them, as I read through them, I was like, welcome to 1984. This is very old language. So I have a question about the at-risk and title funding. As those, and I appreciate greatly that, especially when we were looking at the sort of percentage of our students that are FRL eligible that were in title schools, the imbalance was, it's not an imbalance, but there's the lack of as much, I don't know how to say it, concentration. So now that we're seeing that shift in terms of how the funds are following the students, what are the mechanisms through which we are either directive or suggestive about how those funds are spent to really meet the needs of FRL eligible students without it getting sort of diluted into the broader pool of SBB funds that are going to schools?
That's a great question. Thank you. So much of that work has started with engagement with our Title I principals. So as you know, we went from 29 Title I schools to 33, with 10 of them being impacted in one shape or another by either ROFs or just change of enrollment structure. And so we actually have, though, 10 new title schools, and we have a total of 33 Title I schools that we're supporting. And so our director of federal programs has begun engagement cycles with our parents and with our principals and teachers in our Title I schools to begin to talk about using funds to directly support student outcomes. And so we know that there are some strategies around the way that we provide professional learning, some resources, and some just classroom best practice. That is where our supplemental dollars should be prioritized. And so we will be providing that really clear guidance through this next SBB cycle coming up in the winter time. So they'll have kind of a short menu of options to prioritize as they allocate their Title I funds that again, we've known been proven to have direct impact on student outcomes. Another one of those examples is investment in their family engagement liaison, where we will shift those dollars from centrally managed to school managed. As we know, family engagement, we've talked a lot about it here together, that impact on student outcomes as well. But yes, absolutely, we will be guiding those decisions a little more closely than we have in years past.
Yeah, it would be, I feel like intuitively, since I don't have data around it, but this is a really great move for kids, especially for those children. And it would be helpful to be able to see which decisions are we making that are actually having the most impact on closing some of those opportunity gaps that we see in our data, especially as we look at the disaggregated data for students. I know it's a complicated picture. It's not always direct correlation, but it would be really helpful as we move forward and have this implemented over time to be able to start seeing, okay, we've got a shorter list of best practices that we're going to be more directive about because we know we're seeing that they're impacting kids in positive ways.
Absolutely, and we're really hopeful about that. We'll absolutely be looking to track that decision making and its impact on student outcomes. I would also like to emphasize that the work that Renee and the teaching and learning team are doing around lesson internalization and our collaborative structures and just Tier 1 best practice for instruction are also research-based to improve student outcomes, and we know will have direct benefit on direct impact on students experiencing poverty as well. So we know that investment will also have some direct correlation to student outcomes. So believe that is the right first commitment, the right first step in supporting our students who are experiencing and impacted by poverty.
Such a great way to cue me up, because that was my last question, was around lesson internalization. So thank you, Ms. Pena. So I'm just curious. I mean, it sounds like it makes sense and would be really helpful to be able to sort of hone in on what's working and how to make that through line really connected. I'm just curious, I know that you mentioned in the report that there's data that supports lesson internalization as a practice. I'm just curious where it came from. Is it connected with any of the curricula that have adopted in the district? Is it a standalone practice that some researchers or education professionals were like, this is what we should be doing? Where did it come from?
Yeah, it is research-based, and it's actually used quite frequently with our turnaround schools and in practices involved with school turnarounds and transformation. That's where I was exposed to it, was through some learning that I'd done when working with some turnaround schools. But really, it's just a very deep planning process. The teachers it's a multi-step, about 4 steps that you would go through where you really unpack the standard and understand what students need to know and how they will show that, what they will show in their learning to demonstrate that they've met the target or hit the standard. And then you're predicting before you even get in front of students who is going to struggle with this. When I teach place value year after year, I can predict what kids are going to get stuck on, those common mistakes they're going to make. So they're pre-thinking that and also looking at the data they have with students in their classroom and anticipating the kinds of misconceptions students are going to make. Then they develop this exemplar based on the lesson of that day for the student task or work. What does the exemplar work? What does mastery look like from this task that I'm going to assign this student for the learning? So they've got that exemplar that they've mapped out during their PLC with other teachers. So we've got calibration there around we're all expecting the same thing for the standard. And they're walking around the classroom with that exemplar in hand, and they're looking at the students as they're doing their independent tasks. They're waiting, the misconceptions that they've predicted, they're seeing them happen, and they're stopping at that point of struggle and correcting that with academic feedback. So it's not anything really all that fancy or complicated. It's just a really thorough process to understand exactly what students need to know, plan for it, plan for the struggles they're going to have, so you can be actively engaging before that happens, before they struggle. It reduces our behavior challenges in classrooms because we don't see kids getting frustrated. The teacher can just be very fully present for the learning and is really clear on what that learning needs to be and look like. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And and we discussed this a bit as a board during our retreat. There are that, as Superintendent Doylan talks about all the time, the just right balance of systemness, system coherence, and school autonomy. I think I got it right. And I would imagine it's the same way with teaching. We have some teachers that are just phenomenal and may not use the form in the same way as others, and they're knocking it out of the park. And what I want to make sure, one, is that we're allowing for that, the sort of the art of teaching. When it works well, balanced with, we need to be able to create some coherence, right, with how expectations for students. But more importantly, I think to have mechanisms to find the bright spots that are happening throughout the district and how we're going to really lean into the expertise that we have. We have so many people that are really good at what they do. So can you just share a couple of examples maybe of how we're building on that expertise of our educators and being able to lift up those things that are happening in ways that are help inform other people?
I can speak to one very specifically that just came up with our recent data that came in. I'll give a shout out to Sierra Elementary School. They had the highest growth in math in fourth and fifth grade in the district. And so our math team reached out to them right away and said, can we come and observe your math PLCs in these grade levels? We want to see what you're doing. And the response was, that would be fantastic. Would love to have you out. It's so exciting to see this internalization process that we're rolling out to all teachers, because that's what we've been doing already. And they were doing it kind of just intuitively or through the PLC questions and the process for a PLC, already implementing those practices. And so, yeah, it's looking at data. It's identifying who's getting success with student outcomes, going to the schools and seeing what's happening so we can build on it. So, yeah, it's kind of a natural tendency within our team, at least, to find those and try to capitalize on it.
Great, thank you. Any additional questions or comments that have come up during our chat? Okay, and so we'll check in as a board as we move forward to see if we want to do a follow-up session to be able to talk more after we've had a chance to dig into the monitoring report itself a little bit. Thank you all for being with us and for your work. We appreciate you. Okay, we're going to move on to 2.02. The next portion of our meeting today is reserved for the board to have the opportunity to ask any remaining questions that they may have prior to the vote. The district and the Jefferson County Education Support Professional Association, JESPA, negotiating teams reached a tentative agreement on compensation and benefits for classified personnel for the 23-24 school year in accordance with the master agreement. Before I hand it over, I'll talk slowly because Mr. Polero is making his way up. Before I hand it over, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to add?
Thank you, President Schooley. I'm pleased to bring this tentative agreement for discussion and consideration for approval this evening to our board. We are proud of the work accomplished during the last negotiation season. Thank you in particular to Ms. Copeland for her leadership in supporting the budget analysis that went into a lot of decision making during negotiations last spring. And I need to just give a big round of gratitude to Mr. Polero, who's here this evening in case you have questions. Ms. Jones is also here to support Mr. Polero, but in particular, Mr. Polero, his professionalism and commitment to collaboration as our lead negotiator with JESPA last spring was inspiring to watch, and I'm just really proud of the work that he and our negotiations team were able to do with our JESPA colleagues. So with that, Mr. Polero is here. He's here for questions.
Yes,
There's not a presentation. You've seen the resolution.
I'm here for questions, but also I just want to recognize that our JESPA negotiation members are here in our audience this evening, and I just want to echo some of the sentiments that you shared and maybe share out some of my reflection on the process, if that would be helpful for you to hear from me directly. So in thinking about this today, and looking back at it, I think personally and professionally, I found the process led to a greater understanding of our current working conditions for JESPA employees and their experiences that they're having here. I think that the stories that were shared on both sides of the table during negotiations were open and honest and compelling, that ultimately led to a number of mutually beneficial adjustments to the language in our negotiated agreement. I also found that the dialogue was respectful in that we were very hard on the issues, even with the issues that were the most complex and of greatest interest to both groups. And in full transparency, I think there were moments in the process where our team would have liked to have maximized the time differently in terms of how we prepared for negotiations. I've said that to our JESPA members at the end of the session last year, but I just want to acknowledge that again. We want to be respectful of their time and make sure that we're coming prepared and ready to engage in those conversations. And I think were structural things that we could have done differently that would have allowed for that. So I really appreciate the process, and we'll take on any questions that you have right now.
Great, thank you very much. Board members, questions, comments? Yep, Director Parker?
Thank you for being here. Most of the discussion around negotiations is about pay. But I know when we do negotiate contracts, there's other articles in the contracts that are reviewed, revised. Can you tell me some of the ones that were highlighted this year in the negotiations?
Yeah. Specific to compensation or just in general?
Other than compensation, because I was saying that's the one that
Other
gets the
than
most publicity,
compensation.
and we know about that.
Yep.
Just wondering
So
what else.
we took a look at Article 2, which relates to dues reductions, and essentially the adjustments that were made there provides more clarity to our process for how those deductions are made. In addition, it provides some procedural safeguards for the process in general, adding some protection for the district in terms of when we're in compliance with something, we're not being held accountable for mistakes that we didn't make. We also looked at Article 4, which relates to a variety of things, particularly working assignments, how we post positions, how the selection process plays out, so on and so forth. Also looking at how onboarding looks like for our employees in JESPA, as well as probationary periods for new employees. And then ultimately we looked at Article 6, which is specific to compensation. Does that answer your question?
I'd like to say something that I'm like super excited about I can't remember which article, but we were going to, starting in January, have a new employee orientation, which will be about a 2-hour session and thanks to JESPA for bringing this up. It's really, I think, super important to onboard any employees to the district in a way that says, welcome to Jeffco. Here's our mission, here's our vision, here's our values. Maybe we haven't even created it yet. We're going to get a committee together. So I'm super excited I think we used to do it a long time ago, and then it kind of stopped probably during COVID. And it's going to be really fun, I think, to resurrect it and just make it a great experience. So when people come into the district, they feel welcomed to the district. And then certainly onboarding that happens in the school or the department or whatever is super important too. But I'm pretty excited about that particular piece of the contract.
Great. Any other questions, Director Parker? One more? Okay. Yep, go for it.
Something that I know comes up all the time, and as I've mentioned before, it's not just unique to Jefferson County or even Colorado, is benefits, cost of benefits. And so I know JCEA's whole contract is being renegotiated or looked at, the whole thing this year. And so I have been interested to know if, especially HR, is able to do any investigations, any looking into possibilities of addressing that elephant.
Yes, we're actually out for RFP for life and disability, a couple of things this year. We are going to do a presentation to the board at one of your work sessions in November, all about total rewards, which is what we're calling compensation and benefits. So it's the total rewards of what the employee receives. So we're working with our vendor, our partner, our what do I want to call it? Benefits Advisory Committee to figure out all those things. So, we all want to have best benefits, lower cost, and then how do we do that? And yeah.
That's good. I'm glad to hear it. And I just hope we can really think outside the box, too. It's an opportunity to brainstorm and just see what's possible or might be possible.
Yeah.
Great. Other questions, comments, board members? Okie dokie then. Is there a motion on this agenda item?
Sorry about that. I forgot we were actually going to be doing motions on this one. I move to approve the resolution as presented in board docs, approving the tentative agreement and revised contract language between Jefferson County Education Support Professionals Association and the district.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All right. Hearing none, it has been moved and seconded that the board will approve the resolution as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Sabata.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Cooley?
Yes.
Dr. Barton? Yes.
Great. It's been approved. Thank you both for your work. Thank you all for your work. Okie dokie. We're going to move into agenda item 2.03. The purpose of the next topic tonight is for the board to receive recommendation from the district staff. Okay, I was jumping ahead and I got nervous with where I was. All right. We're going to begin the consolidation portion of this agenda, as I mentioned before, at 5 p.m. But prior to that, we're going to hear from district staff on a component of our Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools Phase 2 resolution that focuses on the district's alternative education center landscape. There are no recommendations for school closures or consolidations in this presentation. We're just trying to make things really, really clear for folks. Before I so we were going to welcome up, Wendy Doran, Community Superintendent, and Amanda Perazio, Associate Chief of School Leadership, to join us up here. Welcome to you both. And so as they're getting set up, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything that you would like to add?
Thank you, President Schooley. As these district leaders get settled in, I will just talk a little bit and cue up this conversation. One of our goals in Jeffco Thrives is for every student to have an extraordinary student experience in a school environment where they have a sense of safety and belonging. And all of our schools work towards this goal. However, not every student wants to learn or can learn as best as possible in our traditional settings. Some students want and or need a different type of educational experience and environment to have that sense of safety and belonging. And in Jeffco, we provide different types of experiences, these kinds of different types of experiences in our alternative education campuses. And so I'm happy to have Wendy Doran and Amanda Perazio share a comprehensive landscape summary of our alternative education campuses with you tonight, and also share our upcoming work to strengthen options for students who might need a different type of learning environment. And I just want to frame this in relation to regional opportunities for thriving schools. As we continue to talk about schools in our traditional articulation areas, it's also important to note that part of the opportunity for students to thrive in Jeffco is in our alternative education campuses. And so tonight we are going to share with you part of Phase 2 being a real focus and visioning and programming aspect around alternative education experiences for our students. So with that, I think I'm handing it over to Ms. Doran.
Great. Big green light.
You have to lean in. You have to lean in.
All right, no problem. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us here. The first thing I want to highlight is just appreciation that the question was asked. What is our status of our AEC schools? And the second piece is just highlighting a large appreciation to our district, our teachers, all that work in our AEC schools, our leaders that work in AEC schools, for really understanding the value of what these environments provide to our students here in Jeffco. As we move through the slide deck, the first piece up here, right here, that I want to talk about is really, it talks about the students are not all starting from the same place, and we realize the need to be able to have students enter at different places and also be supported at different places. And that is why we have AEC schools. AEC stands for Alternative Education Campus. And as we, sorry, I'm just trying to work all the buttons at once. It's like so confusing. When we move into the alternative education campus, as stated by Superintendent Dorland, our extraordinary student experience is the priority. We want to make sure that all of our students in Jeffco have an experience that is one that they can remember and they can anchor to when they continue into their next step in life. We have a large variety of options and a large variety of schools and programmings within our AEC schools, and we all know one size does not fit all. Our alternative education campuses really focus on a specialized mission. It's many times non-traditional in format, and the transitional schools that we work with really focus on providing opportunities like OJT. Structures for the learning days might look different. We have real world experiences, community-based field trips, community service opportunities for the students, where we're really building leaders across all sections of Jeffco as well within the AEC school framework. OJT, on-the-job training. Sorry about that. OJT is on opportunities where our students are able to access and get credit while they're working, as well as sometimes providing for families at home or providing for themselves as well. And within this slide deck, you also see that we have specialized training for staff, intensive academic and behavioral skill building, intensive and purposeful interventions set up for gap filling with our students so they can get back on track and be up to speed in order to get their diploma and be, flourish in their future life. When we look at our alternative education campus snapshot, you see that one of our schools in Jeffco, which is Warren Tech, has 100% of secondary enrollments. That's why they are qualified as an AEC school, is simply because every student within their roster is a secondary enrollment. They're primarily enrolled at their neighborhood schools. We have 4 schools with 100% of our students on IEPs, and they're listed there on the slide deck as well. And then we have 6 schools where 90% of our students meet the high risk factor as defined by CDE. 1,428 are students who are served in AECs and counted on October count, but the reality is throughout the year, 3,200 roughly are served in our AEC schools between August and May. And those numbers were derived from last year's count and last year's enrollments. We spend as a district roughly $23 million across our AEC programming. And that is our investment, and it is one that is very appreciated, and one that is, from the school level, it is very functional for what their need is. Just trying to get. So on this slide here, we talk about the possible paths to an AEC. When we're speaking of this, these are our paths that bring us to our 90% or more high-risk AECs. You can go through choice enrollment. We know that McLean and Brady are both options in our Enroll Jeffco, that you can choose that as a family if you would like. There can also be a school-based referral, whether it's from a counselor, it could be from an AP, from principal. A teacher can refer a student and say, hey, have you thought about this? This might be a great fit for you, and this is why. And then we also use our AEC schools as a place to wrap around our students that may be going through expulsion or discipline in a placement aspect. Those students can be placed at that school in order to have stronger supports in place so that they can flourish and be successful as they transition out of the discipline or expulsion process as well. And finally, our student engagement team is phenomenal in our district, and they also work with our dropout prevention specialists to make sure that students always have opportunities to seek something different if a traditional setting is not working for them. We've put together a few paths that students can meet and be successful within our AEC schools. This is Anna's path. Something to highlight with Anna's path is this was a school-based referral. These are stories that just warm your heart. Anna was referred to the AEC, as you can see, to CLC because she was struggling, right? She was struggling in her home school or traditional school, needed something different. Through 8th grade, through 8th grade, Anna found that to be a good option. She moved to CLC in 9th grade, and when she got to CLC in 9th grade, she struggled a little bit. It was a change, but she had the right tools and people around her to be able to transition and make that successful. And as she found that, she became a leader within the school. She became a leader within her peers and enjoyed that. And so when she reached 10th grade, she then was able to self-select and make a choice option to McLean to go through that choice process and move and go join that school because it was something she really appreciated, the small school setting, the smaller class sizes, the more intimate connections with her teachers in terms of intervention or even just first-time learning. And then as she moves into 11th and 12th grades, she found a ton of success and was able to graduate on time. We have Rico's path. Rico is an example of a student who might have gone through our discipline process. Rico had a lot of struggles in 9th grade, and as a result of a significant issue, was placed at CLC. As that transition happened, Rico was incredibly brilliant, incredibly smart, and was able to maintain an A or B average all the way through. The teachers were able to, at that point, highlight that academic experience and where his connections were and where his strengths were. And in that place, Rico aged out of CLC and was able to go back to the home high school and engage in honors and IB courses, where he found tremendous success, and then moved on to 11th and 12th grade and graduated with his peers that he began with in a really successful way. Then we have Dom's path. Dom is one of our students that had a significant life-changing situation happen to him in ninth grade. His father had passed away. And so what our AEC schools did in this system is it gave him time and space to be able to engage in grieving and be able to engage in a healthy way with the mental health supports that he needed to as he transitioned to JVA. And then he worked his way through JVA, found a really strong connection to computer science, went through one of the electives at JVA, and then was able to continue at Warren Tech. And when Dom graduated from JVA with his credentials at Warren Tech, he was offered like 7 different jobs at once, and he was able to go ahead and go to work right away. And it was really good transition for him and his mother as well. All right. So our high-risk AECs, most of our schools in our AEC settings are overaged and undercredited. Sometimes you'll see that as OA UC is how they define that in an acronym. But the overaged is defined as a student who is a traditional school age for their grade level, and an undercredited is defined as not having the adequate credits for their grade level. And so they're behind and need some credit recovery. And so I would say anywhere from the data that we pulled at the beginning of, at the middle of last year, I should say, anywhere from 75 to 90%, depending on which AEC they're in, students qualify under this category. This is one of the categories that is one of the 15 categories you can qualify as a high-risk student. What I will tell you is many of our students have more than just one of these. We'll see multiple pieces, and our staff in all of our schools are phenomenal about figuring that out and making sure they're wrapped around from all angles in relation to what their needs are. And some more of the high-risk indicators are listed in those bullet points. It can range from dropping out, at risk of dropping out, being a pregnant and parenting teen, be a habitual truant, involved with the juvenile court system, or have multiple suspensions and be involved in discipline process. There are other, like I said, there's a total of 15. So this is just, again, to reground us in terms of which schools we have here in Jeffco. And now we'll walk through each of the schools and what their purposes are. You can see that Connections Learning Center, which is referred to as CLC often, is a 6th through 9th grade school. It is a transition school, and what that means is that students would not graduate from CLC. Our hope is that as a transition school, the student will come in, will receive the supports that are needed, the time, the space that may be needed to get them back on track, and then they will transition back to a home high school, or potentially even within the same system as we saw in one of the student examples, and go to McLean High School as a choice enrollment. At that point, the students roughly, it's a small number. You can see that they're small class sizes, anywhere from the ratios could be anywhere from 5 to 1 up to 15 to 1, depending on the enrollment need of the school. And there's a lot of mobility because students come in, they seek and they get support, and then they can transition back sometimes at the next semester to a home high school where they find that success. Really focus on a lot of executive functioning skills and strong behavior supports. Huge PPIS school. They do a ton of positive rewards for students. And then JVA is our 6 through 12 virtual choice. It's a choice and a placement school. Just a note on here, the 1,477 students includes the part-time students. So the full-time, taking all 6 courses or 5 courses, would be 339. Over the course of the year, they will see over 500 students, though, transition in and out. Then we have Brady Community High School, which is 9th through 12th. Historically, Brady only took 11th and 12th, but this year they are starting to also receive 9th and 10th graders with open arms, which is exciting. You can see the numbers and the variation there as well. They also support a strong GED program, Next, which is, we have one in Littleton and also one in Arvada, and they work with Brady, and those students point to Brady essentially. It is credit recovering. They do a lot of blended learning. They do in-person learning. They do offer a diploma from Brady High School as well. Longview High School is another example of a transition school. They do not offer a diploma. The hope at Longview is that students will come in, receive what they need, get the time, the space, and then again, they'll transition back to another AEC school that does offer a diploma or potentially their home high school. Very small setting, you can see. Lots of increased safety supports, credit recovery, lots of wraparound support, lots of PBIS, relationship forward all the time. Really just trying to give that safe space for somebody to become the leader and the scholar that they really want to be. And then McLean High School is grades 9 through 12. They have, I believe, 7 different programs offered at McLean High School for various reasons. And they are listed over on the right. You can see they do have a diploma and GED option. They have on-time credits. They also offer credit recovery. They have a program for pregnant and parenting teens, which is JCAP, you may have heard of. And then they also do serve adults 21 plus as well, our adult night school. They have, it's all in person for adults as well as during the school day. And then they do have pathway and options with ACE and Achieve and Live as well. I keep thinking you're pushing that. New America is our charter school as well. It's a choice. You can see their school population as well. Again, they serve young parents. They also work with English language learners primarily and newcomers, as well as credit recovery. And they do have a night school as well, and they are non-district run charter. This is a map, a location of Jeffco's high-risk factors AEC schools. You see where they're located, mostly in the central region of Jeffco, up and down the Colfax or even maybe 6th Avenue corridor. And you can see it ranges both east and west, but mainly in the central corridor. Our high-risk AECs have various leadership structures. The leadership structure for JVA in McLean is a principal devoted specifically to those schools. I get to work with them. I'm honored to be the community superintendent that works with them as well. With Brady CLC Longview, which also serves, has a sister program within them called Mount View, which is our detention center. The leadership is the community superintendent is myself as well. And then we have a Jeffco AEC network principal who is Dr. Mark Gomes, who has a ton of experience in the AEC world back east and has he's collectively working with these schools to really push forward with a strong mission vision. As you remember back to the slide where their numbers were presented, these are very small schools. Each one has under 200 count of students, and so the principal is able to really use that network approach as a way to garner more resources for the students. And then finally, New America is the executive director of charter partnerships. Teo has joined our team and is working with them, and then we also have Principal John Bernanzoni who works with New America. I think I said that right. I worked really hard at that. The next few slides really take each school individually and give information about them. It provides the mission, the number of students. You can see the grades that they serve, the enrollment type, what school is connected to them, and that's where you see that next, which is our GED program, is connected to Brady. Whether or not they have a wait list currently or not, and Brady does not have one, and programming as well. You can see the various programming opportunities there. Brady has really done some great work this year to develop some more in-person options for students where the students are coming to school, engaging with teachers, and lots of successes being found. We had 250 students in the building last Wednesday, and the spirit and enjoyment was off the chart. It was really fun to see. Then we have Connections Learning Center. Again, you'll see the various information here. It's a small, structured, in-person setting. Really, the classrooms, like I said, range from anywhere from 5 to 1 up to 15 to 1, depending on grade level. With the wait list on this one, we do see some pressure points starting at 7th and 8th grade. Every year, the pressure points on wait lists change. We can't predict what's going to go on with our kiddos, and we do see some ebb and flow, but we try to do our best to predict it and support that through our hiring process and our staffing models. JVA is our virtual school. As you know, JVA wears many hats. JVA serves as a full-time AEC school. The part-time school, those students are not counted in that at-risk or high-risk factor, I should say. We also, JVA is a partner with other districts and is able to support other districts as San Juan BOCES as well as Sheridan in regards to offering some part-time offers. It's a revenue generating as well. It's asynchronous online learning. What that means is the students can go to the lessons in time and in place. We're working with the teachers, done a lot of program and professional learning around how does internalizing the lesson work when you're building it in an asynchronous environment, and they're doing phenomenal work there. They're recognized nationally for the work that they do. Then we have Longview High School. Again, Longview is a small setting for our students who struggle and may have been involved with the judicial system at some point. It's fluid enrollment. There is no wait list right now. The capacity of this school is somewhere in the mid-40s, is what I would say for them to remain healthy and be able to offer what they do in such a wonderful way. And then we have McLean High School. McLean is probably the largest of the AECs that we offer. They hover between 400 up to 500 students. It is an in-person. They do offer night school. They have daytime as well. Credit recovery, intensive supports in their program for Live, which is 9th and 10th grade. And then they also have ACE and Achieve and the JCAP program that the students fluctuate in between. They're trying to move to a Hexter model this year. They are successfully moving to a Hexter model this year. And what that means is it's a 6-week session for courses. So it's quicker for students to see that success. And it also, if a student is not doing well, they get that chance to start over a lot quicker and start earning more success. New America School, as I explained, is also a charter school that works with our AEC students and is non-district run with Jeffco, and the information is there. They do serve 9th through 12th. Newcomer program is probably their biggest program and the program that serves our language learners. So what have been done so far over the last year really is that collectively with the leaders of these schools, we've developed an AEC network model that includes those 4 schools that I shared with you earlier. Longview is connected to Montview as well. And then there's one community superintendent working, pulling in the research, pulling in, gathering the information, working with the leaders who are on the grounds, boots on the ground in terms of working with staff as well to make sure that we're doing a good job for these students. Efforts are underway right now to expand. We have a program located at Arvada High School that is the Brady Empowerment Program, and that is a credit recovery program for the overaged, undercredited students, and it's in person, and a lot of success is coming out of there. In fact, I think an 11% graduation rate that had something to do with that. There's a correlation for sure, and so we're excited about that, and we will hope to potentially expand that in the future as well. Case management process between our safety and security group, our judicial services, and our student engagement and community superintendents and principals. We're really trying to do a better job around case management of students, and what that means is really what do they need, how are we making sure they're getting it, and what are we doing if they're not getting it, right? And so we're communicating more, and we're developed into a more partnership so that we're making sure no students fall through any cracks ever. And then finally, we put in a robust process for placements. What that means is really it's a happier process. We want to make sure that all students feel welcome, and if they're told maybe the homeschool is not a great place for them, we want them to feel wanted and welcomed into their new school. And so at times we even have some of our AECs bidding or competing and trying to get the love from the student to come to them. And so what that does in turn is it makes the student feel wanted and belonging, and that's really important to all of us. Our accelerated focus as we move to this high bar for academic outcomes, we've done this as a whole entire district, right? Our academic outcomes are a priority. The way we're getting there is a priority. It's very robust and it's rigorous. And our AECs are jumping on board, and we're going to see a ton of that work also happening within the AECs. We're hoping to raise the rigor level and really making sure that the students are getting exactly what they need so they can be successful when they leave. The ease of enrollment and time-bound student placements, we want it to happen quick. We don't want kids out of school too long. We want the transitions to happen quick on a timeline that is supportive and makes them feel welcomed as well. And then we're strategic planning alongside a group that through an easy grant that we're working on, and we'll get more into that in a second. Really working on designing a clear and compelling vision for our AECs. The network is leading some of that, but then the two principals from McLean and JVA also are contributing. Want to build on those existing efforts to create that cohesive network, because when you get a cohesive network that's all working together, you have a common mission, a common vision. You're able to look at that programming and make sure that there's something for everyone. And if there's duplicity, a lot of times there's a reason for duplicity. Maybe it's because of a regional situation, but sometimes duplicity right on top of each other might not make sense. And so we're really trying to figure all of that out and make authentic choices while we respond to the data that we're gathering. We also are completing that part of it is that full systems review, what's working, because when you root cause what's working and you can find out why, you can blow that up and make it even more prevalent in many other places. We also do the systems review to also root cause what's not working so that we can put interventions in place for a consistent strategy in terms of school improvement. And we are engaging all stakeholders throughout this process. We're including the teachers. We've already done some surveys with them. We're including the leaders of the building and the communities, gathering some information from the students as well as the parents. So these are our guiding questions as we look forward into 24-25. Do we have a clear, compelling vision for our AC programming in Jeffco? We don't have the answer yet, but we're working on it. How do we increase awareness, right, of the purpose of AEC's programmings, not only to students, families, and staffs, but our people who refer them, right? How do we increase that awareness and knowledge of what's out there so that we can maximize it and also provide the students every ounce of love that they need? How do we accelerate student acclimation and success in our AEC programming through an onboarding system that is really robust and anchored in belonging and is consistent across the board and doesn't put up barriers for students to get through in order to get into a school? And then finally, how can we diversify and expand our capacity that we currently have? Also expand and look at our geography. How can we get something in the north, the south, the east, the west? Make sure that we're covering all students that need this type of instruction. And also our grade levels. Do we have all our grade levels that are needing AEC instruction covered? And then can we hire staff and train staff and prepare staff to do so? All right, and the other piece is leveraging the shared resources among our AECs. An example of that is we might need a substance abuse counselor, right? But one school might not need a full-time substance abuse counselor. But if 4 schools could share one, that's brilliant, and we're sharing that resource. And so leveraging that to share among AECs becomes really powerful when we get into that frame. Child abuse, neglect, foster care as well, and maximize our potential to meet all of the student needs. The consistent expectations across these schools and the rigor and what we want students to get and see in the classroom is aligned directly to what we see in all of our traditional schools. And so we continue to push on that. We do learning walks. We still, walk through and make sure everything that we want to see is happening in terms of planning and presentation, in terms of assessment. And we cheer on the students when they meet that success. And then the enrollment practices, really just making sure that it's consistent, making sure it's welcoming, and making sure that it's fair to everybody. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. It's really helpful, very comprehensive. Board members, is there anyone that would like to, I'm sure we all have lots of questions on this topic. Is there anyone that would like to start us off with comments or questions? Yeah, Director Miller.
Oh, do you want to go? You go for it. Okay. to go back to the very first slide, where you gave the numbers of kiddos that are being served, I think it's also number 6 as well. Right there is fine. So we start out in October count with 1,428 children. And through the year, I'm assuming that you're doing that 3,218 is kind of snapshots along the time and averaging it. Is that how you guys are doing it, or is that?
So the 1,400 were who were in the seats during that October count window.
Right.
And then the 3,200 are the number of students that the school served total between August and May. So you see some mobility.
Okay, and so I guess, right, absolutely. And so I guess my question is for funding purposes and staffing purposes, right? So as you ebb and flow in order to meet children's needs, you're going to have challenges with staffing, which we've seen over the past year or so, and then how we mitigate those staffing. And maybe you started to talk about that with, how do we share resources and how do we balance those people that could maybe serve in different classes or different schools. But what I'm wondering is, financially, your count is what it is in October. So how do you financially balance those wraparounds and addressing the needs of the children if your budgets are set based on that averaging of those however days it is in October that we now have?
That's a great question, and I'm excited to answer that. I will tell you that I've worked in other districts, and the way that we approach this is through a modified SBB.
Okay.
And so schools are able to work with our budget department and share with the school, like the budget department, these are our needs, these are what we anticipate coming throughout the year. Please budget us for so we can support the kids that do come through our door. And it's phenomenal, and we're blessed to be in Jeffco.
Okay, so your funding then is, I'm sure you could use more.
Yeah.
But you do have funds that can address the needs of the $23 million that you have for program investment is in line with the children that you are serving.
I would say we're adequately funded to be able to serve those students, the 3,200, exactly. It is a puzzle how you move and shift and move things around, but we are treated very well, and the schools are taken very good care of, and we're thought of differently,
Right.
Which I can't say is the national norm. And so that acknowledgement and that value that is placed on us is appreciated.
Great, thank you. And then the other question I had, and then I'll let the others chime in as well, is the location, which to me, it's central.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one of them is central. My question, or at least even on the spreadsheet or table, you guys have them as all centrally located. So when we're seeing populations that have need for these services and wraparounds and alternative education pathways, are we in the right places?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have maybe 2 or 3 that, we garner a number of the children that come along, and then we're having wastelands in other areas? And I just don't know where everybody's coming from. And so the ease of access, I would wonder if we would be able to think about locations differently. I know you said we have one spot in Arvada now in the high school, so shared spaces, which would make sense. Or when you're talking about younger children that may have higher needs as well, because we're seeing behavioral challenges in the younger ones as well, where our placement might be to meet those needs. And I don't know if you all are talking about that, Superintendent Dorland, I'm sure you are, but to me, that is, access is critical. And so if I live south and I don't have transport, I can't get to that alternative learning space.
Yeah.
So
Thank you for highlighting that. And yes, we are working on it, and that regional opportunities, I think you started with that.
I mean, I think this is why we're talking about this in the context of regional opportunities for thriving schools, because we do have areas geographically and I would say grade level bands where we feel like we have gaps. And especially as we're talking about the property disposition process and internal uses for some of our space, whether it's within schools we're already running or schools that we are no longer running in those buildings. And so this is of a high priority in that process for us as well, as we begin to make decisions about programming and bring you all information about the disposition process as well.
So in that process, will you be able to tell us where the population needs are coming from, and then how you may be, I'm wondering if like how we have a program that can serve children, and as need shifts and changes, can that program shift in space and location?
Yep.
And so we may have a great need in, up in the north. But then 5 years from now, that need may change and be more southern focused. And so the flexibility that we have, so we don't get stuck in a space again, and then we're trying to adjust.
Yeah, Ms. Doran mentioned that we've received an EASY grant to partner with the Colorado Education Initiative, who's coming in to help us do a study of, what's going well, where are we seeing successes, where are we seeing challenges, looking at the geographic gaps, some of the grade level gaps, and just the need. I might liken it to some of the demographic studies that you guys have done, for example, with City of Edgewater. It's similar maybe, but on a smaller scale to our boundary study work. And so that is kind of a landscape study with a partner who's done this elsewhere and who's kind of helping us through that process and adding some capacity so we can get that done while also running the day-to-day school experience for the kids who are in our buildings now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And we can go back through as questions because I'm sure there's lots of them that we have. Anyone? Director Parker?
Thank you for this overview. I appreciate it. I have a couple of questions. What are we doing for the younger students that are in elementary school? Because I notice most of these schools say, 9th to 12th grade or something. So what if a 4th grader is...
Right.
Yeah.
So we have programming currently right now for 6 through 12, plus I should say to adult. We do not currently, the programming that happens within our traditional schools right now is the intervention process that happens for K through 5. But yes, that's part of the study that CEI is looking at. We're looking at those grade level bands. Is there a need? Is there a gap? We're looking at that currently with CEI, and we'll develop that landscape hopefully before December.
And so at this point, we pretty much keep them in their home school and then put wraparound services or help that way?
Yes.
See if there's a program in the school that can help.
Correct.
Can I jump in?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to just add on, thank you. You're going to hear from Dr. Kim a little bit later on today that we are making some investments with ESSER funds into a behavior support team. And so I believe Ms. Pena is working with our discipline group to provide individuals who have expertise with supporting students and staff with de-escalation strategies to support behavior needs of our younger students. So that is one thing that we are doing this year. And we have contemplated and had very initial conversations about expanding AEC programming to students younger than 6th grade, and in this concept of more of a transition program where students and families could go there, get some supports and some assessments around what's going on. How can we help them? How can we put some interventions in place, maybe wraparound services for the family as well, before hopefully transitioning them fairly quickly back into their home school. So that's an initial conversation that is just started, but it's something that we're interested in exploring, and we have some mixed feelings about it just because we want students to be served as close to their home school as possible. And so it's really important for us to take the time and explore all of the multiple perspectives and research and everything that would be involved in something like that. But it's something that I'm interested in at least talking about as a team, and we'll be happy to provide a lot more information to the board as that conversation moves forward.
Two more questions. I happened to notice, since you put it on the slides, that the CLC free and reduced lunch number was 78% and JVA was 5%. Do you think that those numbers are very different because lack of access to be able to do JVA, or how would you?
I mean, my professional opinion is that JVA is probably underreported due potentially to not getting the right documentation filled out. You can imagine in a virtual world, we're not serving lunch, we don't have a lot of fees and things of that nature, and so we need to work harder at getting that documentation in. That would be my prediction.
Okay, thanks.
Because they still qualify within the 90% high risk.
And then the last question is, you talked about using a case management study.
Mm-hmm.
Do all of the schools or some of the schools actually open a case when a student is placed there?
I wouldn't call it a case necessarily. The case management reference was more to our district support, that we have all of our groups from various areas playing on the same team, trying to support the student and sharing information back and forth.
So they are, though, a team for an individual student.
Right, and it could be different depending on each individual student. If it's a student that is involved in the criminal justice world, then our support would be there for that. But if they're not involved in that, we wouldn't have judicial services involved. So the team players also change depending on the student need.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Director Reed, I saw your hand before.
Well, I just I wanted to really reemphasize what Director Miller said, because really that's almost all of my comments. Having taught at Columbine and knowing that ninth graders that live in the south end or the north end of the district have a really hard time accessing, because their families just are not set up to transport them. And I'm assuming we don't have transportation now for those kids. Like, we don't have a way to get a ninth grader to, or do we?
We do.
McLean?
We've been working great with our transportation department is really working hard around making sure that we do have transportation for the kids that need it, and we're doing our best right now.
Okay.
And what?
Was
We
there some-
also have our student engagement office. Oftentimes will partner with RTD to get students access to free busing, scheduling, every once in a while the light rail, to be able to get to some of our more central locations in a way that meets their families' needs.
All right. I mean, I can't help but think of individual students I've known. So, when I had a ninth grader who would get her hungover father out of bed every morning before she went to school, I don't know that RTD is going to get her there in time, because she's got to get dad out of bed. So, and I had a lot of students with circumstances that made it very difficult to get 15 minutes from home to school. And so what I'm really hoping is that we leverage some opportunities with High School Reimagined and with some of the ROF's work that we're doing in terms of embedding some programs into neighborhood schools. Having been in an ACE program in a neighborhood school, I know that that is something that can work really well for kids, and that I had a number of kids that would transition. They'd start off with me in ninth grade, and by 10th grade they're in traditional classes, or they're with me for 9th and 10th, and by 11th they're doing just fine in those traditional classes, all within the same school, so they can also stay with their friends that are in their neighborhoods and that kind of thing. So I am hoping that we are looking at leveraging that and taking into account that there can be disincentives for schools to keep those kids. And I worry about those because we don't like to talk about them. We don't like to talk about the fact that these are kids that are short credits, and when we tell schools that one of the things that we are holding them accountable for is making sure that the kids have the number of credits they're supposed to have, I think there's a tendency to go, oh no, this kid's going to drag down our average. We got to get them to McLean. We've got to get them to, to a different school, so that everybody understands why those kids are behind on credits. But I hate to see a kid get pushed out of a neighborhood school if they don't have to be. So, and making sure that, because having a number of our AECs in my district, and I love that because it's just my heart and my passion, their leaders understand their kids so well. The average comprehensive high school principal doesn't always get it. And so getting some leadership support into those schools as well to really help them understand how to retain those kids. So just some pieces that I'm throwing out there that I think would be really important pieces and that could keep our kids, more of our kids, in their neighborhood schools that are super accessible.
Can I jump in on that for just a second? Because I think it'll allow me to clarify something and also just highlight where I do believe we're having some success with that. And that is at Arvada High School. And Ms. Doran had mentioned that we have the Brady Exploration Program at Arvada High School and mentioned an 11% increase in their graduation rate. And that program, we believe, had a lot to do with them increasing their graduation rate by 11 percentage points. It was the highest increase in the state of Colorado on a percentage point basis. And they were recognized by the state for that. And sometimes in the AEC conversations, people talk about how students don't want to go into a comprehensive high school. When I went over and visited students from the exploration program, they said to me, we're so grateful because we not only get the wraparound supports and smaller classes and catch-up support that we need from the classes that we're scheduled into and the teachers who are working with us, we also get to hang out with the cheerleaders, have the Friday night football game, go to the basketball games, and enjoy the social aspects and what we now know as, right, in Jeffco, extraordinary student experiences. They get to be part of the after-school clubs. And so it was, for me, sort of eye-opening, just from the voice of our own students saying, I don't necessarily want to go to a school down the street. I do want to be in Arvada High School, but I just need a different classroom experience. I don't necessarily want a completely different school experience. You will also talk to kids who go to Brady who will say, I don't want to step foot into Columbine High School, right? And so this is where I think it's this broad conversation around the types of kiddos we serve and how we serve them in different kinds of environments that really do meet their needs. So we're really paying close attention to the exploration program and trying to figure out like what's really working over there and how do we replicate that. And I know you have talked to me extensively about your experience with ACE, so yeah.
And I would also add that something it operated last year serving Arvada students. This year it's expanded to also support A-West, Stanley Lake, and Pomona. We have a few students from those schools as well as Arvada to make sure that the seats are maximized and the opportunities maximized. So we're fulfilling that need in the north for those students. And one of the students from Pomona just recently, to highlight what you just said, is able to play athletics at Pomona while attending Arvada because their home school, right? They're attending the empowerment program at Brady. It's Brady, it's not Arvada. Let me clarify that. And so Brady does not have a football team, so then you could play athletics at Pomona.
All right, Director Berta.
Hi. It's so good to see you and know that you're working on as a community superintendent at these schools. So I'll miss Wendy. I got to be in school visits with her last year, and but I'm so glad that you're able to be that community superintendent. But I was curious because we have it sounds like a lot of difficulty filling positions, especially like in our center programs and stuff. And I wonder, do we have a lot of unfilled positions in these schools, and how difficult is it to find and keep staff?
We do not actually have, it's very in line with our traditional schools is what I will tell you. It's not easy. We do have a teacher shortage. That's not a big secret out there. And so, yes, there are some struggles, but we have really brilliant leaders that are thinking outside the box and figuring out. And I want to give a shout out to our HR team who is working double time to make sure that they're supported and we're getting the right people in place.
I know it sounds like the same thing again, but I have had some families up in North Arvada who've talked to me about the need for things like this for their kids, and a lot of them have a lot of other kids in schools, so definitely the location has been a barrier, so I don't need to drill that home anymore. So my other question just is, I loved the examples of the success stories, but like how successful are we? Like how well are we doing at getting kids through school back into the places that we want them to be? I didn't really get a sense of like how well we're doing or not.
You know, I will say that for the most part, we're doing well. There's room for growth, and that's part of what we're unpacking with Colorado Education Initiative. Is we're looking at that. We're looking at where the pockets of big success are, so we can replicate those, right? Because we want to make sure that we're doing well. And we look at the school performance framework. We look at some of those common indicators that we would look at for any school to determine success. But we also look at programming and making sure that we follow through with students and see where they ended up. One of the big conversations within CEI right now with our school leaders is, how are you celebrating your alumni, right? How are you bringing them back and making them that model for the student that I can do that too? And so we're in the progress. That's in progress, and we're working hard at that. In thinking about parents who are asking about this, and I was trying to follow all the different ways that the pathways in which kids get to those schools, a lot of referrals or maybe even a suspension or expulsion. But how do parents, if a parent wants this experience, how do they advocate for that? Like, who do they talk to? You know, what's that pathway? So we have 2 schools that are in EJ, enrolled Jeffco, that parents and students can elect into, and that's Brady and McLean and JVA. I should have said 3 schools. So 3 schools are in enrolled Jeffco that they can elect into. If a parent is really seeking CLC or seeking one of the transition schools like Longview, that's a conversation that I would bridge with a counselor or possibly an admin and say, hey, you know, I'd love to talk about this. I think this might be a good fit for my student, and collaboratively they can do the referral. Most of the referrals are collaborative between parent and the school, whoever the referring person is from the school.
All right, just a couple other questions. So I'm wondering, well, one, I think you hear loud and clear there's a strong interest from this board to make these opportunities more accessible in whatever way makes sense. And I know that that is work that is happening through a variety of initiatives that are going on at the district level right now. So I imagine there will be a lot of requests to continue to learn more about this as it develops and moves forward. And the intersection with how we're using our buildings, not just for a sort of facilities perspective, but also for how do we keep students connected to their home high school or home school, whichever that is, and how are we kind of co-locating some of those wraparound services that may be beneficial for students within buildings, whether that is district services or community partnerships. I remember visiting with Jeffco Transition Services and hearing about all of the different partnerships that they have there. One, I would just like to advocate out loud for them to be co-located somewhere besides where they are, but the amazing work that they're doing with their students and how easily we could think about how that connects with High School Reimagined and some of the ways in which we're thinking about facilities. I think it's all very exciting, and I know it's like I want you to just like race towards it so that we can get it done, and I understand it takes time. So,
thank you.
I am curious how much, when we look at the enrollment overall on the slide that Director Miller was asking about, what are we seeing over time? So I know it can fluctuate wildly because of mobility, right, within a school year, and that there may be these sort of bands, grade level bands that change, sometimes unpredictably maybe, or where they are. But over time, for our AECs, is this about where it's been? Is it growing? Is it shrinking? Like over years. I'm just trying to think, are more students opting into and or being identified and referred to AECs, or is this sort of a consistent number that we're seeing over time?
I think that's a great question, and I don't have the answer for it specifically, but I can tell you we are working towards that with the CEI work. The one piece that I can offer is during COVID, we saw a very sharp decline in AEC membership, and I think the reason is in theory, when we were not able to attend school in person, everybody was in an AEC land almost.
Yeah.
And so when we returned and came back to school, kids didn't want to continue in an AEC world, is what kids have told us as we've surveyed them. They wanted to go back to a traditional school. So we did see a decline, but we are absolutely seeing it come back. And I would say it is more aligned with normalcy prior to our the COVID intervention.
And I would imagine that would be part of what you're looking at with CEI. Just to see, not just geographically speaking, but what does the trend look like over time? And I think to Director Varda's point, as more parents and maybe staff understand what the options are and that they have more agency in being directive about that for their student, that there are more opportunities for that to grow in ways that are meaningful for students.
Absolutely.
and
That's one of our
families.
missions is with that awareness piece.
Yeah.
Thank you for highlighting that.
Yeah, for sure. Any other, Director Miller, and then we'll go around to make sure everyone's had a second shot at, oh, that sounds bad, opportunity to engage with you.
Following up on that question, do we have children that come from out of our district to these schools?
JVA does, yes, but not at Longview, not at CLC. Brady does, as you are aware, Brady's location is on the Sheridan corridor, so we
Right.
do get some choice enrollments
Okay.
out of district to Brady High School. We also have had some choice enrollments through EJ and from out of district. They would follow the same policy that all students would follow from out of district to select a neighborhood school.
Okay.
So they can select McLean and Brady
Okay.
and JVA.
I would just be curious as this does develop and as parents maybe do have options and choices, that if, as you say, other districts may not be as forward-thinking as Jefferson is in terms of how we can serve children differently with different learning needs and requirements, that we may be a school of choice. And, you know, as long as we're able to provide those services and maintain that budget. But that's just another opportunity to serve kiddos that may not be living here in Jefferson County, but maybe along our border that may be thinking about alternatives.
Thank you.
So.
Any other questions or comments before we take a quick break? Super exciting work. Thank you for presenting all of this to us, and we look forward to hearing back again.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So the time is now just a few minutes after 5. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we will return by 5:20 at the latest, and we'll re-adjourn for the second half of our meeting at that time. Thank you. All right, it is 5:22. We are now back in session, and we're going to begin the portion of the Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools presentation that involves school consolidations. As a reminder to the general public, the board adopted a resolution to provide the superintendent and her staff with guidance on Phase 2 of Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools at its May 11th, 2023 meeting. For some further context, Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools is an initiative that was created in the spring of 2022 to respond to the board's request for a comprehensive plan to ensure thriving schools with enrollment to support extraordinary student experiences across our district. Phase 1 of Regional Opportunities resulted in a unanimous board decision on November 10th, 2022 to close 16 elementary schools. It was 1 year ago that this board received the recommendations for Phase 1, and as we prepare to receive recommendations for Phase 2, I want to acknowledge how tremendously difficult this work has been across many of our communities. Just in mine and Director Miller's time on this board, action has been taken to close 19 schools. 2 decades of declining enrollment and shifting demographics caught up to us in ways that could no longer and frankly can no longer be ignored. I've seen incredible commitment from members of this board in addressing some of these challenges and in trying to leave Jeffco better than we found it in terms of how we're serving the needs of our students. And that often requires tackling incredibly difficult and incredibly unpopular decisions and issues like closing schools. While the scope of the recommendation we will hear tonight is much smaller than the one for Phase 1, it doesn't make it any easier. People's lives are impacted, and the landscapes of communities are changed by our decisions. And that happens the minute a recommendation is made. And I want to recognize that out loud. I'd also like to take a moment to thank our school leaders from both Phase 1 and now Phase 2, especially, who are spending time with their staff members this evening and who will lead and support their communities gallantly over the next 7 weeks during our decision-making process. So with that, before I hand this over to Ms. Rouleau and her team, is there anything that you would like to add, Superintendent Dorland?
Thank you, President Schooley, especially for sharing how difficult this work is and how it is so important for our board and our staff members to work side by side with our school leaders and our school communities as we engage in these difficult recommendations and ultimate decisions. I want to acknowledge that this recommendation is different from last year for a few reasons. One, it is much smaller in scope related to actual school closures and consolidations, and I want to commend the board for supporting last year's recommendation of 16 schools. I worry that if you hadn't done that, this year's recommendation would have included more than what we are bringing to you tonight. And I know that those were not easy decisions for any of us, and I know that many of our communities are still grieving and having a difficult time with those decisions. But I do believe that we have the opportunity to bring you a smaller scope of closure and consolidations tonight because of the work done last year. I also believe we're in a different spot tonight because through the process of Phase 1, I believe that we've built courage and integrity as a district leadership team through the process. And again, acknowledging that not everybody was in support of the decisions we had to make, I do believe we were transparent, honest, and present as those recommendations and decisions were made. Prior to this work, our schools were getting smaller and smaller over a concerted period of time. In fact, our declining enrollment was the worst, best kept secret in Jeffco. We left our schools to fend for themselves alone, to face the challenges of declining enrollment. Now that we've had to go through Phase 1 and we're entering Phase 2, we're making progress at bringing this conversation and issue to light. I think we're proving to ourselves and our community that we can talk about tough issues, face these challenges together, and determine a path forward that might be difficult, but at least is respectful and supportive of those who our decisions impact. This has allowed us to put policies and systems in place to monitor enrollment patterns and trends and begin courageous conversations about how to best address challenges that may come our way before our schools are put in a situation where they have to deal with it alone. And I believe that that is a lasting silver lining for Jeffco. And so I'm going to hand it over to the staff to make this year's recommendations for consolidations, and I do so with a heavy heart and with the communities who are impacted in mind. Lisa.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. I'm here this evening with my colleagues Claire Takar, our Director of Strategic Initiatives, and Ty Young, our Senior Program and Project Manager. I want to thank both of them for their work to create the content you're going to see in this presentation tonight. Our goal is always to present information in a way that is clear and understandable. I also want to acknowledge that being clear and understandable certainly doesn't make it any easier to hear. Behind every slide in this deck are our Jeffco students, families, and staff members who are impacted by circumstances they had no hand in creating. I also want to take a moment to thank our school and district leaders who provided information and details that were critical to developing the recommendation that we are sharing with you tonight. We're going to cover just some reminder here of what Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools is. President Schooley reminded us that this was the board's call for a comprehensive plan to ensure thriving schools with enrollment to support extraordinary student experiences in our district. Phase 1 happened it started in this time last year, and the vote was made in November. In May, the board approved a resolution that has guided us in the presentation we are making to you tonight. And in June, the board approved the closure of Moore Middle School as the first part of Roth's Phase 2. Tonight, these are the issues that we are covering with you. The landscape analysis of alternative education you have already received. We are going to then talk about our consolidation recommendations as well as purposeful engagement with municipalities. The Board of Education will receive tonight's presentation in line with our FCB policy so that you may vote prior to our choice enrollment window. And we are recommending to the board that you vote on October 12th on what we are presenting you today. So the need for this initiative, as Superintendent Dorland outlined, is years of declining enrollment that are affecting us here in Jeffco. They're affecting our neighbors on the Front Range, and they are affecting districts all over the state and our country. There's some new information about, it may seem to folks like Colorado and the Denver metro area is growing, but in fact we face some growth headwinds and our residents are down. And then you look at the school-age population and some really helpful information that our state demographer has been providing to us here in Jeffco and to other districts and interested parties around the state, because changing demographics is not just a school district issue or challenge, it affects communities. So we see here in Jeffco that the number of kindergartners, and we'll show you this in another graph, has dropped. So the number of kids that we are graduating, the cohorts are larger than the kids we're seeing come in. And that has a lot to do with the birth rate, which is declining here in Colorado, and the state demographer predicts that it could rebound, but potentially not until around the 2034 range. So we've shown this information last year as well around the 2020 census, and the amounts of drops that we are seeing in school-aged population in Jeffco, as well as our declining birth rates. And this is a bit of an updated slide with information. So in the 22-23 school year, Jeffco had the capacity to serve 96,000 students while serving about 69,000. And that number, Jeffco in total serves over 70,000 students, but that will include our charter school students. Today we are focusing merely on district managed schools and the number of students in those schools. So after closures and consolidations involving or 32 closing and welcoming schools, we reduced our capacity to 88,000. If the board votes to accept the recommendation we are making tonight, we are looking at another reduction in terms of our capacity to about 87,000, and we currently serve about 66,500 students. You will hear in the October timeframe from, as you typically do, from our Chief Financial Officer and some of our planning and projection folks about the fact that our enrollment here in Jeffco is expected to continue to decline for the next several years until it may stabilize. Yep. So people will ask, are we done? Superintendent Dorland sent out a communication that went to the entire district this afternoon about this recommendation, and we do not envision a phase 3. We are not proposing that at this time, but as part of our practice of running this district, we must continue to evaluate enrollment trends on an ongoing basis to ensure sustainable, thriving schools for students. So people ask, are we done? Unfortunately, I don't believe we're fully done with this work, and it's something we have to keep looking at. So you can see we've shown this graph before, and this information is from last year's enrollment. But you can see it's meant to show how the cohorts of students, as students go through our system, is getting smaller. So while we do definitely see lower middle school, and then we see students come in again in our high school grades, we're still graduating fewer students than we are seeing come in the door. So our consolidation recommendations for K-8 today will be for, the phase 2, the scope of phase 2 is K-8 and middle schools, and we are going to be talking today about recommendations on the basis of urgently unsustainable enrollment. The other two categories that don't apply specifically today, but initiation by a school community is what happened when you heard the recommendation on More Pomona in June, and driven by the state accountability clock does not apply to any of our recommendations today. So our timeline, as we are recommending it, is that today we provide the recommendation, and that on October 12th, this board will vote. We have shortened the timeline here due to, I think you all know, we did an after-action review. Ultimately, there was a wide sense that our timeline the first time around was too long. We needed that time because to cover 16 schools and do all the engagement we needed to do, that would have been difficult in a shorter time frame. Because our scope is much less this year, we believe we can get it done more quickly, and which then takes away some of the uncertainty that tends to really it makes people nervous, and they feel better when decisions are made. So we're recommending an October 12th vote. The urgently unsustainable enrollment criteria that we're going to be talking about today is an under-enrollment where our schools are struggling to provide extraordinary experiences for students and educators using their allocated funding. So in most cases, we are supplementing our small schools so that they can provide a thriving experience, and we do that by pulling funding from other Jeffco schools. So as President Schooley said, since the spring of 2021, Jeffco has taken action to close 19 schools, including 16 small elementary schools as part of phase 1 of regional opportunities. The criteria we're looking at today is different, and we want to talk about why. At the beginning of the 22-23 school year, Jeffco had over 100 elementary schools that were very close together. Elementary schools have fewer students by design than most K-8 middle schools, which because they're serving more students because they need more resources to serve a larger grade span, and also to provide the programmatic elements that our older students need. So when we look at our middle schools and our K-8s, there are 17 middle schools in Jeffco in comparison. In most cases, there is just one middle school in each articulation area, meaning that schools are geographically further apart than our elementary schools are. We have 2 articulation areas that have 2 middle schools, just Chatfield and Stanley Lake, and 2 articulation areas that don't have middle schools because they have a K6, 7, 12 configuration, which is Alameda and Jefferson. There are just 5 K-8 schools in Jeffco in 4 articulation areas, and that's Bear Creek, Chatfield, Arvada, and Ralston Valley. So you can see here the enrollment trends in our K-8 schools, and you can see here that we're gonna dig into this a little bit more, but obviously we have a big outlier here in Coal Creek, and then as you can see, most of our 3 of our K-8s are large, between 700 and 1,000 students. And then when you look at our middle school enrollment trends, you also see Moore, which had 368 students last year, was our smallest middle school, and this year has just under 300 students, and that school will close at the end of this year. So the opportunity here is that the board voted already to make that decision around Moore, and we will be opening a 612 at Pomona for the 24-25 school year. We have the opportunity to address long-term sustainability issues in 2 communities with the smallest K-8 enrollment, and that is Coal Creek Canyon K-8 and Arvada K-8. Boundary students from these closing schools, should they close, can be accommodated in their current articulation areas, and these recommendations will impact approximately 524 students and 97 staff across 2 communities. And the way we calculate the students is if they would be making a natural transition, let's say 8th to 9th grade, we do not count them as impacted. So our staff recommendation for Coal Creek K-8 is to potentially phase the closure of the school among 2 school years. And we're going to talk a little bit about this now, and then we're also going to talk about it in our last agenda item of the evening tonight. But starting in the 24-25 school year, 3 Creeks K-8 will be the designated neighborhood school for grades 6 through 8 for students residing in the Jeffco portion of Coal Creek Canyon. Starting in the 24-25 or 25-26 school year, 3 Creeks K-8 will become the designated neighborhood school for grades K through 5 for students residing in the Jeffco portion of the Coal Creek Canyon. And of course, we'll reiterate this a few times throughout this presentation, but we will support our choice enrolled students at Coal Creek K-8 to connect both with their home districts or apply to enroll at Jeffco, a Jeffco school of their choice, and they will have priority in that process. Our recommendation for Arvada K-8 is to close Arvada K-8 at the end of the current school year on the basis of unsustainable enrollment. Starting in 24-25, Lawrence Elementary School will be the K-5 designated neighborhood school for students residing in the current Arvada K-8 boundary. Starting in the same next school year, 24-25, North Arvada Middle School will be the 6-8 designated neighborhood school for students residing in the current Arvada K-8 boundary for grades 6 through 8. And we're going to talk about this interesting nuance of the fact that Arvada K-8 is a feeder. It has elementary schools that are feeding into its middle grades, and that is happening for Lawrence. It was happening for Peck. Peck was closed at the end of last school year, and then there are slivers of Seacrest and Swanson, which are also boundary to grades 6 through 8 at Arvada K-8, which is potentially a leftover from when Foster was made an option school. So we're as you know, we're doing a boundary study, and there's some interesting things going on with our boundaries. The district will support choice enrolled students at Arvada K-8 to enroll in their designated neighborhood school or apply to enroll in a Jeffco school of their choice. And then there is a significant support needs center program at Arvada K-8, which serves, I think, 6 students. And that will those students will join the children at Pomona, the Pomona 612 and grades 6 through 8 at that school, and we will also support siblings through the process as well if those are involved. So just to give you an idea of our staff engagement, so we actually, and community as well, we were asked to come out to the Coal Creek community last spring just because the community knew they were the district's smallest school. We also visited with the Arvada K-8 staff for a couple of reasons around a potential for that school might close. And we did those meetings in May of last year. And today our principals informed their staff of this recommendation, and HR will be out to attend to our staff and answer their questions next week. And that includes more middle school because they will be in the same cycle of hiring as the other schools. Again, we did some community engagement, and today our impacted families and staff received written notification at 5 p.m. of the recommendations and next steps, and our district received this information as well. So we're approaching our community engagement a little bit differently this year. We have hired a third-party facilitator to support our community engagement efforts, and that person will be working very closely with the principal and the community superintendent at each school to design a community engagement that feels right for that community. And so we want to make sure that we customize very closely these opportunities for our community to engage so that they get out of it what they'd like, in addition for the district to get some information out to them. The public hearing, so per policy FCB, the board hears a 1-hour public comment from each school that is recommended for closure, and we will hold those on October 2nd and October 3rd. So I'm going to take you through the Coal Creek recommendation. So if you've been into the Coal Creek area, you know it's a small Front Range community just west of Highway 93 in unincorporated Jefferson County. It's located within three Colorado counties, Jefferson, Gilpin, and Boulder. So if you drive maybe one street past or you keep driving accidentally past where you turn off to the school, you would be in Boulder very quickly. And in 2020, there were about 2,500 residents, according to the census. The current facility was built in 1963. You can see we have made some additions to the building, and it is designed to be a small school, so it can hold 202 students. And it's about 20 square miles in terms of its boundary. And the designated neighborhood school for high school is Ralston Valley. The highest enrollment year on record was 13-14 when they had 159 students. And our projected enrollment right now, just in terms of how many kids are in seats, is 83 students, grades K through 8. The enrollment has decreased 45% over the past 5 years, and the number of empty seats has increased 34%. Enrollment may be stable, although I will say when we were looking at projections for this year, we expected it to be about the same as it was last year, which is 98 students, and it has dropped significantly from that. So, but our projections were it would kind of say stable. 21% of students qualify for free and reduced lunch. There are 18 staff members, 9 of which are full-time and 9 of which are part-time. And you can see here that the school has received about $250,000 in 2018 CIP investments. I want to also acknowledge the fact that $100,000 of that the district is matching. The community has raised a lot of money to have fields, recreational fields at the school, and made some investment in those. We went in on a grant proposal with them to put up a cover structure on the field for inclement weather. It's just like a small pavilion, and the district's obligation in that is about $100,000, and we are proceeding with that. It's matching other funds that are coming in because we do believe that those recreation fields will continue to be used. Due to enrollment, Coal Creek 8 has very limited programming and services despite receiving the highest per pupil allocation among district managed schools. And I know, the community there really appreciates and loves the program as our communities love their schools. There is a lot of very limited programming, especially for our older kids in grades 6 through 8. So if you look at Coal Creek Canyon and our choice in, so there's an interesting enrollment story happening here. There were 98 students enrolled last year. 63 were boundary students and 35 were choice in, and 34 of those students were choicing in from Boulder Valley. In last school year, there were 88 students living in Coal Creek, and 63 of those were attending the school, and you can see that 25 were choicing out to other schools. And as the enrollment at Coal Creek has decreased, our investments to sustain the school have increased, and this is just last year, so our investment will be even larger this year. So this lays out for you where, like, how the 83 students shake out in terms of in-district, out-of-district, and what grades they're in. And I want to just talk a little bit about the uniqueness of Coal Creek Canyon. So it is an instance where this school, Jeffco does serve mountain communities, and sometimes people do live a far distance from the school their child attends. They may have longer commutes due to where they live, and that would be the case also in Coal Creek Canyon, where the closest Jeffco school is 10 miles or a 15-minute drive. So school to school, Coal Creek is about 15 minutes from Three Creeks. And there have been concerns that were relayed to President Schooley and I when we went up to speak with the community about long bus rides for young students, especially our K through 5 kids. There also have been weather-related road closures and construction delays that at times have made access and travel to that area very difficult. And I also would be remiss if I did not mention that while Coal Creek Gate has 82 students, Three Creeks is currently serving over 1,000 students, and that is quite a difference. So because of some of the things that I just mentioned, we have spent some time through the summer exploring some potential sustainable education options for the community. We talked to neighboring districts about a potential partnership to run a school at Coal Creek. But unfortunately, as I said earlier, our other neighboring districts are also experiencing declines in enrollment, which make this not possible. We talked about with other districts about potentially having a bus come to pick our students up from the border to transport to another small mountain school. But again, it's national headlines around bus driver shortages. That is also an impossibility. So we have been inquiring about whether Netherland Elementary School, which is about 30 minutes the other way up the canyon, would accept Coal Creek students, and we would be working with them if, and some of the families, some families do choose that option now. We would be working with families if that was something they would be interested in. We have also conducted some research and outreach to determine if having a charter school sustainably small by design serve this community is a possibility. And Tayo Adeko and I will be talking with you about that option, which the board would not only consider if something came up through your charter authorization process in the spring, but we will be talking to you about what we are going to be doing with the community in the interim to explore this further. Arvada K-8. So our recommendation is close Arvada K-8 at the end of this current school year, and we went through all of this, so I'm going to skip forward. Arvada K-8 is Jeffco's second smallest school. It's the only K-8 in Jeffco with feeder elementaries, which is in conflict with the traditional K-8 model, which is grounded in a foundation of fewer student transitions for students. The influx of new students in 6th grade, which almost doubles the grade, like the number of students in each grade level starting in 6th grade, results in uneven enrollment, which you're about to see, and positions it for long-term instability from both an enrollment and academic performance perspective. So I do want to acknowledge that Arvada K-8 was a product of a former school closure. So in January of 2010, the Jeffco Board of Education voted to close Russell due to under-enrollment, and to support the closure, they created Arvada K-8 with a combination of Russell and Arvada Middle School. As a result of the merger, this is where some of our boundary issues stem from, and the fact that there is a independent middle school boundary for this school. In addition to its own elementary school boundary, again, we've talked about these feeders. So Lawrence and Peck was closed at the end of the 22-23 school year, were fully, the kids in those who lived in those boundaries, and Lawrence and Peck were boundaried to go to Arvada K-8 for grades 6 through 8. Parts of the Seacrest and Swanson boundary also feed into Arvada K-8 at grades 6 through 8. I do want to acknowledge the fact also that Arvada K-8 serves 4 students who were impacted in Roth's Phase 1 and 21 students who are part of the Fitzmorris or Allendale closure. And part of the reason that number is so high is because the elementary grades obviously go from K to 5. The K-8 goes from K to 8. So some of those kids are currently in 6th, 7th, or 8th grade. And they chose a K-8, so we consider them to be double impacted. If they had gone to a middle school, it would have been a little bit of a different story. But we're also tracking this. I do want to say, as I've said in previous settings, that our enrollment numbers change day to day, and we continue to, just because it's so early in the school year, and we continue to track these things and the kiddos who were impacted by Roth's Phase 1 and earlier closures. So the total building capacity for Arvada K-8 is 920 students, which is a pretty practical size for a K-8. And the highest enrollment year on record was 11-12 with 691 students. And our projected enrollment across all grades K through 5 this year is 557 students. And we talked about the SSN program. We are anticipating a 21% decline in enrollment between now and the 26-27 school year. Arvada K-8 is a Title I school, and the bullet before is just about the projections that we see on our end in terms of drops in enrollment. And you can see when we get to the slide, or maybe we already showed it, where the middle school grades have declined at a very fast rate, where the elementary grades have stayed sort of steady. So Arvada K-8 is a Title I school. 86% of students qualify for free or reduced lunch. 15% of Arvada K-8 students are English language learners, and so we are paying very close attention to that as we communicate with them during this phase and making sure we're doing so in their native language. And 60% of the students identify as Hispanic. There are 79 staff members, 60 full-time and 19 part-time, and the school received almost $3 million in 2018 CIP and bond investments. This is where the boundaries start to get interesting. So Arvada K-8 is the only school in Jeffco that is located outside of its own boundary area. So for elementary, so actually it's located in Lawrence's boundary area. It's also the only K-8, as we've talked about, that is a feeder middle school for articulation area elementary schools. So you can see here, this is sort of what happens. Hackberry is fully, they go to North Arvada Middle School. Seacrest and Swanson, and again, I shouldn't say go, they are boundaried. They go to a lot of different places. Seacrest, the kids who live in Seacrest and Swanson's boundary, some of them are boundaried to North Arvada Middle School. Some are boundaried to Arvada is this the 6-8 portion of the K-8. And then Lawrence is fully, the whole boundary is in the Arvada K-8 area. And of course, there's a matriculation to Arvada High School. This graph is really important because it also shows how we have been pulling students away from, in addition to having students go to Arvada K-8, we've been pulling them away from North Arvada Middle School and affecting the enrollment. There's, these things they're not in isolation. One impacts the other. And again, North Arvada Middle School is the only middle school in the Arvada High School articulation area. North Arvada Middle School has enough room to welcome every student in grades 6 through 8 in the K-8 boundary. It can also accommodate many students living outside of the boundary who wish to choice enroll. 3 of the 4 Arvada elementary schools have enough room to welcome every K through 5 student in the Arvada K-8 boundary. Lawrence is the closest school. It's about a half a mile, and it can accommodate all the students who live in the Arvada K-8 boundary. Seacrest and Swanson are very close to NAMS and can accommodate many students who might wish to choice enroll, particularly if the family has siblings who will attend NAMS. And Hackberry Hills enrollment is at capacity. And I just want to also say that the location of preschool programs in this district all over the district will not be fully determined until later this fall, when we've had a chance to look at where we've had demand and where we are with our preschool kids. So that's not part of the recommendation we are making. So most K-8s in Jeffco have approximately even enrollment across all grades. So you can see here that, fluctuates a little bit, but it's pretty consistent. And then you look at Arvada K-8 and you see that there's really small grades at elementary school, and those grades almost double in terms of the number of students they serve in grades 6 through 8. And this is where, where we have the, so you can see the enrollment trends by grade level. So you see that, the elementary grades have remained somewhat stable. They've lost students, but they are, you don't see the extreme dip that we are seeing with the middle school grades. The other interesting thing, I think, is the choice in and choice out story. So there were 556 students enrolled last year at Arvada K-8. 351 of them lived in the boundary, so they were just boundary students who were coming in. 205 choiced in. It's 37% of the kids who attend the school, and they choiced in from 32 other Jeffco schools, and 37 of them choiced in from 5 nearby outside of our district. And then if you look at the number of kids who actually choice out, we have 932 students who are living in the Arvada K-8 boundary area. 351 of them are attending Arvada K-8, and 581 are choicing out. And they are choicing out to 58 other Jeffco schools and 12 charter schools. And this is where the team has worked really hard to think about how we serve these families in this process, and we feel it needs to be very customized because they're coming from a lot of different places and they may have family needs that are driving that, and we need to understand that as we help them through the choice process. So you can see here we are outlining again by grade how many students in boundary, out of district. We can serve all of the students in Arvada K-8 in Jeffco schools in Arvada. We have room for them, and we hope that they will make that decision. I would say in Arvada, and some of them live in Wheat Ridge, or they live in other areas, and we will welcome them to any place they would like to go in Jeffco. This just shows in terms of the number of kids, the 449 students who are impacted, and where they might go based on where they live. So, and then there's next to each school, it shows how far it is away from the current Arvada K-8 school. So all students impacted by school closures will receive a ROFS level of priority in the enrolled Jeffco choice process, and families will have access to a staff member, an enrollment specialist to assist them as they did last year, and of course eligibility for transportation is aligned with our policy EEA. Our staff, I want to mention that I said that our HR teams were going to be out with our staff. We are going to work, obviously, to follow our JCEA and JESPA master agreements. And we're also partnering with our associations to develop MOUs, as we did last year, that will guide us in these processes. So these are the facility investments that we want to share with you that we believe would need to be made realistically to make this work. So we already shared with you that the Moore Pomona transition would be about 1.8 to 2.5 million to make some facility adjustments to Pomona in order to serve students, serve a 612 configuration. Three Creeks does not need any facility modifications. I told you that the school serves over 1,000 students. They have 5 classrooms per grade level. So if you think of 25, for example, students from Coal Creek K-8 in grades 6 through 8 spread across 15 classrooms, it's really not, it's not a very large impact for Three Creeks. North Arvada Middle School may need some minimal one-time facility modifications in the range of $300,000 to $500,000 in order to move existing programs and to welcome our new boundary students. And Lawrence may need some minimal one-time facility modifications, similar to some of the things we're seeing that we made in our Roths Phase 1 schools, just to maximize space in the building, and we're estimating that at a cost of about $675,000. We will be, the board's policy guides us in these having FCB committees that help inform our path forward, and we will be having those at Coal Creek and Arvada K-8. And this is what we are this is what we will likely be, we'll be working with you all, but we will be recommending action by the board on a single resolution that includes the following on October 12th. Boundary modifications to make Lawrence, Seacrest, and Swanson feeders for North Arvada Middle School only. The closure of Arvada K-8 at the end of the 23-24 school year, and aligned K-5 boundary modifications for Lawrence, and 6-8 boundary modifications for North Arvada Middle School. Boundary modifications for Three Creeks to serve students in grades 6 through 8 who live in the Coal Creek Canyon boundary at the end of this current school year, and the closure of the Coal Creek Canyon School either at the end of this school year or next school year, and any aligned boundary modifications for grades K through 5. And we will be informing the community and the board along the way as we go through this exploration process that we are going to talk about later in the agenda. Okay. Should I pause there and then we can go through the municipal engagements, or do you prefer for me to go through the municipal engagements? It's just a few slides. Okay. So the board had asked us to come with some recommendations about how we might more deeply engage our municipalities. And they, in your resolution, it talked about annual meetings of the school board and municipal councils and county commissions. A recommendation then for 3 to 4 prioritized geographic areas to explore demographic shifts and impacts on enrollment opportunities to support articulation area cohesion for PK through 12 pathways. As I said earlier in my remarks, what is happening with our schools is not happening in isolation. It's also happening to our communities, and it's really important that we do this work together. So we began, we sort of piloted this work with the Edgewater City Council earlier this year in May, where we commissioned a demographic study of the Jefferson articulation area and worked on a joint presentation to our board and the Edgewater City Council, so that we can have a purposeful engagement aligned with opportunities to strengthen our partnerships with Edgewater and really provide the thriving experiences for students that we both want, the district and the city. So we are going to recommend that we continue that collaboration with Edgewater as we continue to know that the Jefferson articulation area is Jeffco's smallest, serving the smallest number of Jeffco students. We also want to recommend that we work with the city of Wheat Ridge to explore opportunities to strengthen articulation areas and increase our capture rates. So, you know, for a long time, I think there was a myth that there were a lot of students out there that we just weren't capturing in Jeffco. And I think what you're going to see from the boundary study is that that isn't necessarily the case. But what we need with that in mind, what we've been focusing on, and Ty has been doing a lot of work in this area, is how can we strengthen if you live in the Wheat Ridge articulation area, how can we keep you in Wheat Ridge schools if that's your desire? And just making sure that there's a strong value proposition to do that. The other areas where we want to focus are the city of Arvada, and specifically, Arvada is very large, but specifically focusing on northwest Arvada to study the disproportionate distribution of students in that area of Jeffco. So that Candelas area, the very far northwest area, is one area of Jeffco that is growing with development. But what is happening is that the articulation areas just to the east of Ralston Valley, Stanley Lake, and A West are shrinking in student population. So we need to look together at how we serve students in that area of our district, and it's important that we do that. The city of Lakewood as well, especially where we talk about our Lakewood High School articulation area, to study trends in elementary enrollment and resulting school utilization in the area. We don't see any urgent issues at the moment, but there is still declining enrollment in that area, and we want to make sure we have the right number of schools to serve the right number of students as we go into the future, and don't have to make it a surprise, but we can work with the community on what we're seeing and what our schools are seeing and how we might meet the community needs in the future. All right, I think that's it. Thank you for your time.
All right, thanks to you all for your work. Board members, an opportunity for us to ask questions or make comments. Is there anyone that would like to start us off, knowing that this is an iterative process, and hopefully folks will see the opportunities for community engagement that are set up both at the school sites and then as this comes back to us as a board to be able to engage. Yeah, Director Varda.
Question on that last slide. So I thought I would just ask, when you were just talking about Northwest Arvada and you said that areas to the east are shrinking in student population, is it because they are choicing into like Ralston Valley, or are there actually fewer students in those other articulation areas?
So I think we see, like, it's clear that in the Ralston Valley area, we see some very full schools. And the schools some of the schools, I shouldn't say all the schools, and especially the high schools, this is not the case, but in some of the elementary and middle schools, you see them less full. And so I think we want to study why that is a little bit more, but I do think it's more of a demographic shift that we may be seeing in terms of new homes being bought by young families and aging populations in some of our more substantiated older neighborhoods.
When you do that, will you let us know how many kids from Arvada High are choicing into Ralston, or I think from a perception, I'm not a demographer, so there's a perception that there's more kids choicing into those schools. Also, you can see the growth also in the construction, but so it makes me wonder from those. There's 5 high schools there, all within a 10-minute drive, and I wonder how that's getting distributed. I'm just curious how kids are choicing in to the northwest area.
I think we can make that part of what we share with you in the boundaries study presentation on September 14th. We will. I do want to share, while we're not updating you on the boundary study today, we will have an initial executive summary of the first part of the work of the boundary study to you prior to your September 14th meeting, and our boundary study consultants will be here on the 14th. So that's a great question, and we will definitely look into the answer. Thank you.
Other questions, comments at this phase? Director Parker.
Thank you. I'd like to go to slide 49 and just make sure I understand this. Okay, so this 449 students is taking away grade 8, right? So it's the 557 minus 108 in grade 8 gives us 449?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And so what we're seeing here is where you assume the students would go?
This is based on where they live.
Where they live.
Right.
Okay.
So if they live in the Arvada K-8 boundary right now, their new boundary would be Lawrence. 28 of these folks live in the Seacrest boundary, 20 live in Swanson, one lives in Hackberry. And then there are 28 students in who live in other articulation areas. And then you see 168 students currently attending Arvada K-8 are actually living in the North Arvada Middle School boundary. And 42 live in boundaries in other articulation areas, and 56 actually live outside of our district.
Yeah, so outside of the district.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot, isn't it, to go to the school? They choiced in.
Is that a disproportional amount of students than we typically see from out of district? I don't know the answer to that question, but I can look into it.
Okay, I would be interested in why they choiced in. Then 2 other questions. The capacity of Three Creeks K-8, at least in the FCB function right now, is 965. So how are we able to put more students in than the capacity?
Yeah, so, and Superintendent Dorland, feel free to chime in here. So schools can go over their allotted capacity. The reason that, and we've talked a lot with the principal at Three Creeks, but because they have so many classes per grade level and these kids are spread out, they're filling their current, they're filling the current grade levels they have. It's not like it's going to create the need for another class, given the number of students who live in the area. But that is also why only the kids who live in Jeffco's boundary will be guaranteed, whose boundary school is Three Creeks, will have a guaranteed space at that school.
Okay, so people from out of our district wouldn't be able to get in there.
Maybe or maybe not. I mean, they will have a choice. Even despite the size, there is some choice that happens at Three Creeks into the school, and so they, like the other schools we worked with last year, will have to manage their choice, and so they may, and we'll also work with them in terms of other options for them outside of Three Creeks.
The last question is, you talk about the K-5 classrooms closing either in 2024-25 or 2025-26. So what would make the decision on which one?
So I'm going to ask if it's okay to hold that question until our last presentation of the night, which will go more into that, because it's reliant on this process we're going to use to explore whether there might be a charter school that's interested in a viable charter school that would be interested in serving students in that community, and we will know that by the time we make a recommendation to you. We'll know from our staff perspective. Now, that doesn't mean that you won't get a charter application in the spring that we didn't know about, but we will make a recommendation to you in terms of a timeline for the school, and that will be final so that our families know going into the choice process what to expect.
So that'll be before this October?
Yes, we will. Yes, okay. We'll go through the timeline with you, but we will. When you vote on October 12th, we will have a staff recommendation to you about which year the school closes based on the other parallel process we're running.
Okay. Director Reed.
So when it comes to our CIP investments, we invested $3 million in Arvada K-8, and just ouch. So with Coal Creek Canyon, you said that a lot of that was in fields and that kind of thing that will be used by the community. Is any of that true for Arvada K-8? Is that just a wash? I'm just wondering.
We can work to get you a breakdown of how that money was spent and how much of it can be taken out of the school, like how much of that is FF&E, how much of it can be moved, and how much of it was actually was it HVAC or something that was put put into the building. I don't have that information right now, but I can definitely get it for you.
Director Miller?
So I think this is part of the larger boundary study conversation, and part of what we talked about at your retreat around what needs to happen in that area. Here's what I'll say. Just incorporating the Coal Creek area into this boundary is not going to cause Three Creeks to grow larger in a significant way. But there are things that are happening in the Three Creek area that are affecting its enrollment overall. And those are things that the board and the district need to study and look at to determine a long-term solution that will likely involve some boundary changes in that area that we would be bringing to you this time next year.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I guess the other question I have is going back to the slide where you're showing quite a bit of movement all over the place in the right there, the choice out. And I'd be curious what the choice out is going to be looking for North Arvada as well. That, to me, is something that we should truly understand, because we're saying that these children will choose to go to North Arvada, and I don't know what that's grounded in. And so that would be helpful for me to understand. And in addition, I think when we're looking at our middle schools, we got to figure out why our children are not coming to our middle schools and then coming back to high school. Like that, to me, seems to be the elephant in the room, where we have our elementary schools are relatively sustaining, as you said earlier. Then our middle schools, we lose children, and then we're lucky if they come back, or we're happy that they come back to our high schools. And so that is something I think I appreciate the boundary study, and I appreciate the live attends that we're going to see, hopefully, who lives in the area, who attends, who goes out, and where do they go. That's assuming what we're going to be seeing. But it does seem to me we have to have that conversation and address it to figure out why we're having that hiccup.
I don't know if I would agree that our elementary schools are relatively sustaining, given that we just closed 16 of them, many of which are Arvada.
Right, but I mean, when you look at the numbers and enrollment, we can see that the transition years from the 5th grade into the middle schools, like that chart that you showed us with the trend lines from one year to another, to the cohorts that are traveling through our system, we see that they blip back up into high school.
Yeah, we do see that, I think,
Right.
in this part of town. And part of, I think, the issue that Director Varda has brought up several times is that the district at one point in time in the past has approved charter schools in this part of town, Arvada and North Arvada and Westminster, that actually serve middle school students, which is different than in other parts of our community. And I think that's also going to be part of the boundary study, which the board has asked around, why are people choosing what they're choosing? Because we have so much choice going on.
Right.
And so, to Lisa's point, I think this is a question that is a combination in this northwest part of Arvada. It's a combination of both development and growth and demographics in terms of where people are choosing to live who have kids. But I also think it's a question of choice and where people are choosing, like Dr. Varda was saying, where are people choosing and from where are they choosing?
Right.
And we just are working on that right now, and I think in September we'll have a preview.
But just to your point, though, because I know that all of these things are, it's like start pulling one thread and then, you've got a mess. But, I mean, I think the reality, too, that we just have to address is that whether it's because of choice enrollment or other factors, there is something about that 5th to 6th grade transition that we're missing the boat on. We see it in growth and achievement. We see it in student engagement. We see it on pretty much, I won't be hyperbolic here, but most measures that we look at as a district, there is something we need to do better for those incoming 6th graders. So there is something there.
Right.
Now how it relates to this work and the kind of factors that go in, it is part of a bigger narrative that I think as a district and a board, we're working, whether it's through this sort of focus on secondary, through this work, but we just have to address the fact that that's part of a truth.
Right. And that ripples through. I agree that there is a concentration up in this area of options for children, no doubt about it. And they have those options starting early in, pre-K and kindergarten and carrying along. I just think it is something that we've seen in different presentations, like you've said, and how do we find the supports that are needed to strengthen that full pathway, that full continuum?
Yeah, Dr. Kim has been is going to be talking with us next month about our monitoring report 1.1, and we are going to identify this trend in the data around the transition year of 5th to 6th grade as an area of focused acceleration in your monitoring report, and she will be able to talk to you in more detail and depth about what we're noticing about that and what we're planning to do about it. So I do appreciate you bringing it up, and I mean, I don't know until we get into the decision and then conversations with families if we're going to be able to know how many of these folks are going to go to NAMS, because I think that was your original question. But we do know how many of them will live in what will be the NAMS boundary. So, that doesn't tell us a whole lot when we have so much choice going on.
No, I agree, and that is that's the elephant also in the room, right? So knowing what NAMS currently looks like in terms of how many children live in NAMS now, and how many of them are going someplace else, my assumption is that would be a pretty good indicator of how the children that are going to have a selection option to go to NAMS or someplace else, is there something that we should be expecting, right? And so that should give us, as Brenna was saying earlier, the forecasting ability for our secondary level. That to me would be a great test case for our ability to understand how many kiddos are going to come when we decide if this is the path we're going to go down.
Director Varda, did you want to comment on this point specifically? Because I think you probably have another question, but.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, but if it's part of this conversation, I just want to keep it organic.
I think. On the, sorry, again, that last slide for the study of I know I definitely can see wanting to bound it a little bit smaller, but I think from what I'm hearing, and I know, we're talking about Arvada K-8 here, we just closed 5 schools of the 16 elementary schools were closed in that area. I don't think we can just do far northwest Arvada. I think if we're going to study Arvada, it has to be the whole area and answering these questions, because you can't really look at northwest Arvada with understanding, I really do think there might be a lot of choice going there, or the charter schools we have so many charter schools in that area that we have to include them in all of this. So I would just advocate for that to be not just a far north Arvada study, but really to look at it as a system. And the other thing I know it's quick, I almost wish we could do it before we're asked to vote on this, but I wish we could survey the Arvada K-8 families to understand that choice in pattern, where they might go if this happened. I don't know that we can do that, but it would be such interesting information to have as we make these decisions to understand, just get some of these answers to these questions. So.
And those are really good points. Thank you, Director Varda. And I think as you all look at the boundary study information that is presented, and then we can get a little bit more detailed on what we're looking to figure out for above and beyond what is provided there, that will be helpful for an engagement with the city. And I know that we did through the last closure process, do some surveying of families to figure out, where did they want to go. And we just found it to be a process of and sometimes it changed over the course of the year. And it really was about giving them time and space to visit a place, to find to see what was going to fit for them. And that just takes a while. And sometimes it takes through almost the end of the first round choice one. I mean, we had enrollment specialists calling families up until, the last day of choice and facilitating conversations with principals and tours and those kinds of things. So it's just sometimes folks don't know because they've not been to another school. But we certainly do have done some asking. I don't know how. Well, we're going to see through where our Ross Phase 1 families ended up, what our patterns look like and how that sort of squared with the initial information they might have given us. So, but thank you for asking that.
Director Miller, did you have further questions or comments? I didn't mean to derail your line. Oh, no. I think it's important to put in there. Other questions or comments? Okay. So I will just address it. So first of all, just to reiterate that for the communities that we're talking about, we're getting into a lot of data about little humans. So I just want to say out loud that it's a very hard thing to do, to not sound very dispassionate and like we're just talking about X's or ones and zeros, and we know that they're people's kids. So I just want to keep saying that over and over again. And one of the things that came up during Phase 1, and I think probably may come up again. So we were looking at reviewing some of the demographic information. It sort of goes through, like, maybe the trends will start changing in a different direction in 15, 20 years. Will we still have, if this recommendation is approved by the board, what will our capacity be? I just want to put it out there again in terms of our ability to serve students. Yeah. Phone a friend. In these areas, I think what I'm trying to get to is that this question came up, for example, in the Wheat Ridge articulation area. Like, if the trends change, I know we're going to have the Coal Creek Canyon conversation because it's a little bit unique and different. But I'm thinking for this portion of Arvada, what is our capacity to serve students in that articulation area? Don't look, you're going to get dizzy.
So the Arvada articulation area has enough capacity for nearly 6,500 students and serves 3,000.
Okay.
Now, the Three Creeks area, as we've talked about with Ralston Valley, is something we need to, we're bumping up against capacity there. And again, it's not going to be pushed over the edge by any means by Coal Creek, but incorporating the Coal Creek Canyon area. But it is going to be pushed over the edge by other things that we need to contemplate.
Thank you.
Sorry, and I didn't have my mic on. Sorry, Drew.
Oh. The other questions I have, one is around current sort of transportation of Coal Creek Canyon students. One is, are there areas, if there's transportation from there and people would choose to go to Three Creeks, are there routes, especially I'm focusing on the kind of K through 5 students that have kids on buses for that long?
Well, we can look at, we have looked into this before last spring, but and the answer is yes. We can get like the specific routes. Now, as in many places up in Coal Creek right now, there's a hub stop, and while that is slightly more inconvenient for families, it does sometimes lessen the actual time on the bus. As students get picked up in one central location instead of stops after stop. So, we've talked about the possibility of like an express bus or something, but that could, but parents would have to initially get their child to a place, which, with our hub stops, they sometimes have to do now.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll hold, 'cause the other questions are kind of, I think will be addressed or discussed in the final presentation. Are there any other questions or comments for right now? Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Okay. We're going to move forward and talk about or receive an ESSER update. So this time is reserved for the board to receive updates on programming and student support available through the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, ESSER 3, from the federal government as administered by the Colorado Department of Education. So we have Dr. Kim LeBlanc-Esparza, Deputy Superintendent, here to talk us through. Before I hand it over to Dr. Kim, is there anything you'd like to add, Superintendent Dorland?
Thank you, President Schooley. I haven't called you superintendent yet tonight. Have you noticed? I know. We're pleased to present an update on the district's use of ESSER funds to support pandemic recovery for our students and our district. In addition, this evening we are prepared to share with you approved investments, CDE approved investments from ESSER that we plan to make this year to support spending the full funding amount in support of Jeffco. And with that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Kim. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, board members, for letting me join you this evening. I feel like it's bright over here compared to over there, so my eyes are a little like, let me adjust for a moment. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about ESSER. It's a big project that hopefully we're going to be able to talk about this evening and show you some of the investments that the district has made that has really had a positive impact on our students throughout the last 2.5 years. I'm going to follow along here because I have my own notes, but I'm going to wait for just a moment while Drew gets it up for you all. Nothing like a room full of people watching you try to do technology. Sorry, Drew. Yeah.
And we have, never mind.
There we go.
I just had to put a little pressure on by turning my microphone on. Then technology works. Maybe.
Maybe not.
I was going to say, as that goes up, we do have the presentation.
Okay.
From board docs. So I wonder if we could just go ahead and
I
start,
can.
and that way
Absolutely.
we can follow along, and people that are watching from home have access to it in board docs.
It is in board docs. You are correct. So I'll start by grounding us a little bit in Jeffco's priorities. I'll remind you that during my first year here, about halfway through that year, I took on this project, and the district had already done a considerable amount of community engagement and had a steering committee that worked with Dr. Leach in order to develop priorities around what would we fund with our use of ESSER. And so Jeffco specifically and strategically invested in improving student performance outcomes and addressing the impacts felt by the pandemic. So we were committed to using the resources on investments that directly impacted the culture of instructional excellence and providing our students an extraordinary student opportunity. And so the guiding principles that were developed, I believe, at that time were improve operational infrastructure, addressing any gaps in learning that may have occurred for students who missed school during the pandemic, purchase needed software, materials, resources, program materials, and other needed supplies, broaden stakeholder engagement and community engagement, and transparency in how the funds were being utilized. And so Jeffco categorized all of these into 4 buckets, 4 funding initiative categories: academic and social emotional growth, student and family engagement and enrollment, staffing resources, and then funding our charters appropriately so that folks could utilize these resources to address the needs of students and to address post-pandemic needs within our district. I'll keep going. I'm on, so you guys can keep up with me, slide 4. If you look at ESSER 3's facts and figures, just a couple of high-level overview. Jeffco's total allocation was $68.2 million, of which $61.3 million was district managed allocation and $6.9 million is our charters allocation. The requirements and the guidelines by CDE as well as our federal government, 20% must address academic learning loss due to impacted instructional time. When you look at year 1, year 2, and year 3, both budgeted as well as spent resources on direct services to students, Jeffco has allocated and or budgeted and or spent 55% of our ESSER monies on direct services to students to address the impact of the pandemic. I think we might be there. Yay, Drew, thank you. Here we go. So in fiscal year 23, which was the 22-23 school year, you'll see that those 4 categories that I just went over, we also separated out lists of what are the services that we provided to students directly and what are the services that we provided that provide indirect, certainly support and benefit to students, but it's a different category, and I'll show you what I mean by that. High dosage tutoring, our direct service to our students. We have allocated resources toward high dosage tutoring both in the 22-23 school year and budgeted for resources in the 23-24 school year as well. When we talk about high dosage tutoring, I'll remind you last year, there were many vendors out there that were certainly vying for the opportunity to serve school districts in-person high dosage tutoring. And that looked like in-person, it looked like online synchronous. There were many different ways. And you may remember many of the headlines that talked about how, it was difficult for these entities to come in and make commitments to serve 50,000 students, 100,000 students, and then come to realize that we met during the day, or that we met in person. And the people that they had hired were educators that had day jobs. And so we found many different ways to enter into the high dosage tutoring conversation and to provide supports to our students, either through our own staff, through programs like MAP Accelerator, through programs like Lexia. But I will tell you that we went through a considerable amount of growing pains in the fall and early spring with BrainFuse, who we initially had gone with. They went through an RFP. They were very highly vetted. And when it came down to it, they had a very difficult time delivering what we had described as a need in our district and what high dosage tutoring actually was. I want to give huge kudos and credit to our school staffs that stepped in, pivoted, and found ways to utilize our highly qualified staff to come alongside kids and provide them supports, and looked for resources and opportunities through MAP Accelerator and through Lexia to serve our students. And I'll talk in a few moments about how that impacted our students. We invested in curriculum resources in literacy and math. Certainly, Chief Academic Officer Nick Athodis talked earlier this evening about illustrative math and about our literacy implementation, and we were able to invest in those new resources, recognizing our student needs as a part of our ESSER investments. Amped on algebra and construction and geometry. I think you guys heard about that last year when we talked about our students' opportunity to really engage in real world, highly relevant, very interesting opportunities mathematically. One of our challenges was we allocated a pretty significant amount of resource to go toward this program in the first year and had to scale that back a bit because we couldn't find the people to do it. And it took a little bit to grow it. It took a little bit to recruit. It took a little bit to do professional learning. And where it is working amazingly well. But it took us a little bit to staff that out everywhere that we had intended to initially. We invested in tech devices for students. As you talked about JVA earlier this evening with Wendy Doran, we also invested in JRLP, or Jeffco Remote Learning Program, which is also an online educational opportunity, but JRLP is synchronous learning, which means that the educator is on live with the students versus having created a course where students can access it asynchronously or when it's appropriate or convenient for them to engage. This is something that the educator is actually on synchronously with our students. Mental health supports, we invested in a SEL screener. We invested in personnel to not only work with mental health needs in our schools, but also to work with behavioral needs. One of the things that our staff certainly communicated through many different channels to the conversations that we all had was when they were seeing students become dysregulated, it was certainly impacting their learning. And so investing in not only professional development for staff that were in the classrooms with our students to better equip them with the tools and the resources and the materials that they needed, but also additional staff to come alongside and work side by side and do some real-time coaching so that we develop people's skill sets. And so those were some of the mental health supports that Matt's team really have worked on through this year and will continue through next year. Hazel Health, you've talked considerably about, so I know you know what that is. Summer programming, our JCEL program for primary literacy, as well as our secondary summer school opportunities for our students, mostly in the form of credit recovery, but certainly opportunities to keep kids on track to graduate. And then we invested in full-time rotating subs as well as staffing to support year one SBB changes. One of the things we saw when we did change formulas within SBB, that combined with changes in enrollment often created a change in staffing that was bigger than a school could handle in 1 year. And so we were able to bridge that by coming alongside and providing some additional staffing to some of those schools so that we can make gradual changes within a school environment that supported them to their continued support of students. When you add all of that up, that is approximately, and I say approximately, 13.4 million, because one of the things that we saw was we budgeted a large number, closer to 20 million, and when you get folks hired, when you get people into positions, or you can't fill a position, or you're able to serve in a different way with the same needs, the funding that comes into play, for example, in literacy and math curriculum, we purchased and invested in curricular resources in illustrative math, but they came in after that June 30th date, and so where we might have budgeted $1.8 to $3.6 million, we may only see it spent in fiscal year 23, 800,000 or even 500,000 because it came in and we just rolled the budget up into the next year because we know the expense is there. Does that make sense? So when I look at the indirect services, what we look at there, which we also spent approximately 7 to 10 million, and we're waiting for end of year as the asterisks at the bottom indicate, where Brenna's team is certainly reconciling the end of year spending to figure out what our exact amounts are. And when we're dealing with staffing, some of that comes in a little bit later. But as we look, we certainly recognized last year and the year before that we needed to be competitive in substitute compensation with our neighboring districts so that we could fill vacancies. And so we were able to do that with ESSER dollars. That full-time substitutes is a repeat from the previous slide, but Dave's team in school leadership had full-time subs available to put into positions that weren't necessarily a day-to-day, but something that ranged a little bit longer, so that we could fill strategic positions that were needed. I'll speak about AMP equipment, supplies, and inventory. In the negotiations timeframe with JCEA in 21-22, there was an in-depth conversation around the pandemic's impact wasn't just on student learning, it wasn't just on staffing, it was also on the materials and equipment that we use to serve our kids in art, music, and PE. When we talk about consumables needing to be replaced, when we talk about equipment and materials needing to be replaced, our art, music, and PE teachers worked with our teaching and learning staff to create a comprehensive list of what every school should have to serve our students, looking at our standards in those areas, and then compared that against what we had in each of our schools. And there was a need for an investment, K-12, across the continuum of all of our schools, of about $3 million in supplies and materials needed to meet the standards. And so Renee's team has worked incredibly hard to take those lists, make all that ordering happen so that schools didn't have to go one at a time, school by school, and compare those lists and make their own orders, but to do it comprehensively so that we could get it out to schools as a part of our ESSER investments. Professional development was a big investment for us, recognizing that for a number of years, our teachers really needed help and support around how do I serve my kids effectively, engage them in relevant and meaningful ways online. And so our shift back to in-person learning meant we went back to standards-based instruction, in person, serving our students, dealing with some of the behavioral challenges that came back into school because as a result of students' experiences with the pandemic. And so we've invested in professional development around behavior. We've invested in professional development around math instruction, around literacy instruction, OG training. And those have been highly engaging and very well received throughout our district. We've had lots and lots of teachers invest in those opportunities. Data literacy is our dashboard, which you all heard a considerable amount about during your retreat. ROFS support, as you heard quite a bit about this evening. Talent recruitment and retention, recognizing that we have a couple of areas of hiring in our district that are really challenging. They're very difficult to find. Special education teachers, early childhood teachers, math educators, science educators, and paraeducators, and bus drivers, our transportation teams. All of those areas are really hard to fill. And so looking for opportunities within our ESSER resources to try to find ways to recruit and retain our highly qualified staff. And then finally, behavior support systems, and that's investing in our educators much through professional development to make sure that we not only invest in programs that support our educators, we've brought in a specialist in mental health and behavior out of the Children's Hospital to work alongside our mental health specialists and our mental health professionals to really look at how do we support our students so that they can engage in class in meaningful ways and be in school. So all of that really resulted in about a $7 to $10 million investment in fiscal year 22-23. So coming into this school year, one of the things we recognized is that many of the things that we did last school year, we need to continue because we're seeing promising results out of those. For example, the tutoring, mental health, telehealth, math curriculum, our dashboard project. We increased funding to safety and security because we recognized that we needed more staffing in our middle school campuses. And looking at continuing to support full-time rotating subs, our talent recruitment and retention, and our behavior supports. So we have allocated and budgeted for this year $20.1 million toward those same categories that we had last year. And as we pointed out, the indirect services, we have budgeted little over $11.5 million on professional development, supporting regional opportunities for thriving schools. Art, music, and PE supplies, because not all of them came in last year. Many of them are a carryover into this year to get them out into our schools. Recruitment and retention of special education staff, behavior support, technology, and our data dashboard. Now, within all of ESSER, one of the things that we've seen and experienced over the 2.5 years is we will budget a certain amount for a priority within ESSER, and we will spend possibly that amount, but more than likely, not quite. It'll be 80, 90, sometimes 95% of what we invested in. And so we did have underspend going from fiscal year 23 to 24. As we did that, we re-engaged our committee. We re-engaged our academic leadership team and our cabinet and looked at where are we seeing results. I would be remiss if I didn't say we also re-engaged with Dr. Eaton's team to really look at the data and what's the data telling us on where we're getting results. And moving forward, we looked at the need to, invest in full-day pre-K, which I know Superintendent Dorland talked about for our students with the economic risk factor that, as many folks saw within headlines throughout our state, those students have a need economically, and because of the capacity of which we need to serve, we have about 300 students that families would suddenly have to step up and pay for portions of their pre-K tuition experience. And then there are other CDE approved investments that we're looking at through the underspend that we do have. Now, I want to go back real quick for just a moment and say, as I go, I'll go forward actually. In funding year 25, one of the hard conversations we're going to have when we begin planning budget is which of the things were we doing within ESSER that we're going to continue doing because they're providing results. So I'd like to give you an example of that. When I look at our high dosage tutoring work that we did, while we may have had some challenges within high dosage tutoring in person with the first opportunity with BrainFuse, our shift to Map Accelerator and Lexia showed us some very different results. Now, I'm going to try to say this because it's complicated, but I'm going to try to walk through this. We looked at students who had logged on for anywhere from a minute to 30 minutes of time in Map Accelerator. We looked at students who logged on from 30 minutes to 120 minutes. And then we looked at students who had logged on and worked in math from 120 minutes on, increase from there. If I look at the students, there are roughly 1,200 students that logged on for 30 minutes or more. In those 1,200 students, 70% of those students showed proficiency in 5 or more skills that they were not proficient in prior. When I look at students who dedicated 120 minutes or more in Map Accelerator, 90% of those students were now proficient in 5 or more skills that they were not proficient in before. So as we look at that, I could build a very compelling argument that this is something that we want to continue to offer to our schools as it is showing promising practice for our students to grow mathematically. And so as we're looking at that, we're starting to see some of the similar results in using Lexia in English language arts. So while we have to look at each one of these things as something that is providing a benefit to our schools and our districts, we want to look at what is our data telling us, and is it improving student outcomes? Is it improving the impacts of the academic impacts of our student growth? And so we're going to look at curriculum investments. We're going to look at our teachers continue to need professional development as they meet the needs of our students. We're going to look at mental health supports and what our students need in that area. We're going to look at continuing telehealth. Recruitment and retention of staff is not going to go away. We need to continue to do that. Looking at technology. Technology is always on a rotational basis in terms of how we invest in the tools that our students need to learn. Looking at universal pre-K and making sure that we dig into the data to see how are we setting up our kids for success when they enter into kindergarten and their kindergarten through 12th grade experience in Jeffco. And if we invest well in their 3-year-old experience and their 4-year-old experience, are they more likely to find success as they enter into kindergarten? Much of the data around the country says yes. We need to look at our data here in Jeffco as well. And then we know that safety and security is something that our community prioritizes and believes is really important. And our kids believe that we do that well. Our families believe we do that well. And I would argue that we have to continue to do that well. And then finally, we've got to look at substitute daily rate of pay because we need to continue to remain competitive so that substitutes want to come to Jeffco and work in our district. So that in a nutshell is kind of the evolution of the 2.5 years of where we started with ESSER and where we are now in year 3. I will also point out that this is the last school year that ESSER impacts in terms of financial investments. We have until September 30th to utilize those resources. And if we don't utilize them, they go back. And so we want to make sure that we're thoughtful. We want to make sure that we're strategic in how we invest them so that they impact our students in the most meaningful ways possible. September of 2024. Thank you. Sorry. 2024. I apologize if I said 2025. I was ahead of myself. I would love if we had till 2025, but no, 2024.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Kim. Questions, comments? about this ESSER update for us. Director Miller.
I could spend all night talking about this stuff. So thank you very much for the presentation. Greatly appreciated. Going back to the high dosage tutoring, what we learned, like you said, we went with Brain Fuse, we tried other ways, and some of the high schools, I think, were trying to find tutoring for their kids as well. So lessons learned, like you said, we have to pivot and find alternatives. How many kiddos did receive the high dosage tutoring over the past 24 months, and what did we see in terms of outcomes? When we look at what the nation is saying, hey, the high dosage tutoring is exactly where we need to be going. This is the greatest bang for our buck with ESSER dollars. How did we do in comparison?
Sure. So there's complicated aspects to this. Number one, what we learned in the first semester, utilizing Brain Fuse, utilizing our own personnel, providing tutoring, and then some online programs that schools were already using that they felt like were, the kids were engaging in. We don't have consistent data in all three of those numbers yet. Okay. And I say that because Heather McGillivrary's team is trying to get us numbers in both of those areas, in both literacy and in math. We do have numbers when we look at Lexia and we look at Map Accelerator. For example, because they have to log in and I can see it on the system versus the in-person and knowing exactly how many kids worked with, how many adults, how many days of the week, and how much time. And she's really trying to map that out because ultimately, if we had waited until we created the entire infrastructure to collect the records on that, we wouldn't have been able to get started for a few months. And we said, go. Our kids need it, go. And so she's having to backwards map and figure out exactly how many kids, how much time, how many adults. That said, for example, Map Accelerator, we have roughly 15,000 kids who have active logons, but 4,000 kids that actually logged in and engaged in at least a minute or more. Many of those, though, were right before the summer because we pivoted to Map Accelerator. Many of those kids got a log on, got on, learned how to do it, and we encouraged them. We tried to incentivize them through the summer. And we have a couple hundred students. In fact, I have my numbers here. I'll find it in just a second. That logged on through the summer and engaged in time. Hang on. Let me pull this real quick because I don't want to say the wrong number. In our summer program, we had roughly 557 kids that have logged on in a meaningful way, engaging in math over the summer themselves. From there, though, we have students with at least 1 minute of total use of time and on 4,000 students in our district. But 15,000 of our students have active logons and can engage in it in the 23-24 school year.
So our ability to understand exactly the one-on-one tutoring or the intensive tutoring versus the complementary resource of Map Accelerator versus is it Lexa? You said
Lexia.
Lexia for the language arts. We're going to lag in terms of understanding exactly the impact we've had with kiddos, right, for a year or so. Is that?
I would say that within this fall semester,
Okay.
we're going to have a really good sense of kind of what that data is.
Okay.
And the reason why I say that is when we met with Heather with the numbers that she had, of course, she met with the academic leadership team to look at what data does she have, and we asked further questions to be able to understand before making quick jump to conclusion because there were some holes in the data. So we asked her to go back and look at some other things so that we could come back to the table and not make an assumption that this worked or this didn't work until we're sure we have all the data. So her team is still working on it, and as soon as I have it, it's going to be incorporated into the 1.1 stuff that I give you. But for next month, I don't know if I'll have the full comprehensive picture, but I'll give you what I have.
Okay.
And we'll continue to ask.
Awesome. And so will that also tie back to page 5 where you had the list of the different investments? I think you had like, let me find it.
Yes.
You had curriculum
I did on
resources,
my
which
screen, sorry.
yeah, we had the curriculum resources, the tech devices, and then we had the summer programming, which I'm assuming is the ones that we've had for the past couple of years with the elementary school students, right?
JRLP.
Right.
I mean, sorry, not JRLP.
JCEL. So will we have data tied to that as well that you're talking about?
Definitely.
Okay. And then the one thing I would like to raise is the JRLP. I don't know how much money we are spending on that school per student. I can honestly say I was disappointed with the CMAS scores. And so my concern is how much money we're putting to that program and what the investment is returning to students for that. And so that would be on my watch list for continuing to invest in that, because that was, they were not where I thought they would have been.
And I know part of the conversation has been around, given the type of programming their academic experience is, getting them to come in person and take the test is definitely something that we've seen is negatively impacted,
Right.
meaning participation. So we definitely need to dig in and figure out how much of that's participation and how much of that is student academic performance. And I know that Dave and Amanda and the school leadership team are digging into that in their data conversation. So you're asking the right questions.
Okay, because I would assume that they would be doing their MAP assessments.
Absolutely.
So we would be able to tell if they're predictive or not, and how they performed with the. So before we go back to the investments of into 25, I would want us to make sure that that really is an investment, and same way that we would want to continue.
Absolutely agree.
You know, so
Absolutely agree.
Then the other question I had you raised was the pre-K kiddos, and that we were having a difficult time finding early childhood educators. So how is that matching with what we want to provide to the children, the 300 kiddos that we think, I think it's 300 children that we're saying that we want them to come into the school, that we're going to invest in that because the state's not covering that cost.
Now,
Do we
those
have-
students are already with us.
Okay.
Those students are already in attendance in Jeffco schools.
And we have the necessary teachers in those classrooms to serve those children.
But certainly, when we look at our enrollment numbers, and this is just, as I look at it through a statistician lens,
Right.
and I look at the cohorts of kids that move up in our system, and I look at how many there are, and you can look at kindergarten and say there's 4,400 students on average,
Okay.
and look at our juniors and seniors, and there's 5,000 to 5,500. Even if I were to say there's 4,500 3-year-olds in Jeffco, there's 44,000 4-year-olds. That's a significant number. I know that Renee and her team looked at an analysis, and Renee, I'm going to ask you, would you join me for a second so we can talk about the numbers? But in terms of preschool, sorry. Come into the light. Come join me.
The light is so beautiful.
When I look at that number and say, we started out projecting 2,800 kids roughly in terms of seats for preschool kids. And one of the things we know is certainly we're looking at the applications that come in and looking at the number of kids and going through bridge care and building that relationship and trying to make sure that we get kids connected. And at the end of the day, one of the things we looked at is if we didn't have the number of kids, we also had difficulty finding teachers. And so adjusting that along the way, we have enough teachers for the number of kids that we have right now. That said, through all of this, I know we have wait list kiddos as 3-year-olds, and we have priority around 4-year-olds. And Renee can speak to this better than I can, around how we hold seats to make sure that we get 4-year-olds into the program and try to also serve 3-year-olds. And that's been a moving target in terms of if we have seats and we have people who want them, getting the kids in the door, and while at the same time not wanting to turn away 4-year-olds that come in during the year. Am I saying that correctly? Yeah. Okay.
And it's important to know right now we're really collecting numbers across our classrooms and consolidating some classrooms that have kind of split numbers that we could be more efficient with by combining them in our half-day programs. So we're still moving some things around too to get efficiencies through the system. But yeah.
But we know trend-wise through our state, early childhood educators are definitely that's a hard-to-fill position. As a parent of a preschool teacher, I can tell you she can pretty much take wherever she wants to go because that's a really hard to fill position right now.
sorry, we were trying to focus on this 4 years ago, the capacity was not meeting the demand.
Yeah.
I think that's how to put it.
The
So-
state's looking for lots of solutions around that as well, and offering to pay for community college and certifications to encourage more folks to go into early childhood positions.
And then a follow-up for the ESSER dollars, when you said that we were investing in universal pre-K for and supporting specifically our children of need, are you saying that my understanding of the data shows that the investment in children of need has a greater impact or greater longevity than if we were to invest in everybody, right? So is that what your priority will be for those ESSER dollars, or continued investment if we're not able to get the funding from the state? Is that what you all were meaning by the continued investment into the future of beyond 2025?
We need to spend this. I want to just clarify.
Go ahead.
Can we clarify the timeline? The funds need to be spent by September of 20.
I know, but I'm just saying, she was saying the analysis of ongoing funding needs in the future. So that third dot from the bottom.
Yep.
I think what you're asking is, are we going to advocate for general fund funding for universal pre-K when ESSER is ending?
Right, for those children of greater need.
Well, if you're asking me,
Yeah.
I would say yes. I'm a big advocate of
I just
preschool.
wanna-
And I would also say, I mean, what Dr. Kim said is true. This is a list of things that we actually want to take a look at.
Right.
To see if we have some data that can tell us these are the investments that are making a big difference in terms of those gatekeeper moments when we know we want kids reading by this level at the end of kindergarten, this level at the end of third grade, this level of math in fifth grade. And
Right.
so we're doing some work to figure out where are we getting
The most bang for
what
the
we
buck, right,
need
right.
from these programs, and then we'll have to decide, is there another funding source from the state? So there is going to be a ballot measure in November to try and raise more money for UPK.
Okay.
It's coming later this fall. So if that is funding that we'll be receiving in addition, it would be less of a need for us to then think about other funding sources that we have from our revenue.
Okay.
So it kind of, there's a lot of moving parts around it, but these are all things that we're paying attention to.
Okay.
To see if we may want to think about funding them with another funding source once ESSER is no longer available.
Okay, I just want to make sure it was the children with greatest need that we would make sure we support it. And then the last question I have is, are there any of these that we can prepay? Like, can we prepay telehealth for 2-year contract? Can we prepay MAP Accelerator for a 2-year contract that would spend down our ESSER dollars? Can we prepay computer contract for, replacement of, I don't know how all of that can work, but in my head, if we can prepay and get a discount because we're giving them money early, why not look at that option?
We've asked the same question.
Okay.
And Brenda, I don't know if you have the answer, but I don't, so.
No, we can't prepay?
Correct.
Be under ESSER?
Yeah.
We can't prepay?
I was hoping the answer would be different because it's ESSER, but I've been told a couple of times that's not likely, so if Brenda knows the answer, I trust her.
Typically, we try to. Typically, we try to spend this year's funds on this year's expenses and students.
What if we spend it right
By
at
the
end
way,
of the
I'm
contract?
I'm actually happy. We'd be happy to ask CDE in writing and have them say no to us in writing back, or at least verbally. But there's this thing around like sort of rules around multi-year contracts that we would also have to pay attention to, and so, but we can ask CDE and just get you a firm answer from those who make the decisions about what we can do.
Pay up front.
You may need a microphone, though. Let's just get the whole table up
On
here.
the front.
Yeah, everybody come on down.
Yeah. Yeah, roll it up.
Mental health is next. Come on, Matt. No, ain't no party like an ESSER party.
So in the spirit of making sure, this is working, right? It's not working? Can you hear me? Who cares?
We can hear you.
So in the spirit of making sure that we use every single resource available to us, we will find eligible expenditures to deploy these resources. And if, up until the end of this school year, it's going to be in as many additive things as we can, because that's what we committed to do. If we still have a residual balance, we will apply that to eligible expenditures, which include just ongoing operations.
So I just want to clarify what you're saying, because I think it's an important point for our listening public to understand. That
I'm not giving it back.
Well, I'm not giving it back either,
Yeah.
first of all. But
Right.
the other point I think that that's important that you're making is that this board leadership team, the district, really doubled down on saying we are going to provide things that were not already in existence, additive, to make sure that we're addressing these needs. And it wasn't just supplanting things that we currently would already be paying for, which I do think is an important sort of ethical and sort of values-driven way of thinking about what we're doing with our ESSER funds.
Right.
Which it's an important point. So I agree firmly, not 1 cent leaves Jeffco.
Right.
Because that's money that needs to be there for our
children.
kids. So in that way, that I appreciate the ongoing intention to make it additive. And then if we need to, then figure out how we can do that. But I think it's an important point to be put out there.
And then,
Yeah.
if we use any residual balance to just pay for the normal stuff,
Yeah.
then that frees up the normal money to pay for something else on a different timeline.
Okay.
So
okay. So we still, so that
there is
flexibility is there.
There's a path to get to
Okay.
dollars to pay for another year of MAP Accelerator or something, which is to say, using the money on the timeline, any residual funds on the timeline we need to on eligible expenditures, so that we free up general fund and then use the general fund.
And do we have to
Does that make
show?
sense?
Yeah, that's perfect. I get it. So do we then show we spent 20% in alignment with what we said we were going to do with CDE with the learning needs, right?
And we're well above that in
Okay.
CDE's eyes.
Okay,
In terms
okay.
of what we've submitted, we're
well above there.
well above.
Okay. Oh, that was then 55%. Oh, okay. Fine. Okay. And then we could. Oh, wonderful. Then I'm happy. It does. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy. That makes me happy. Thank you.
You can go back to the cave now, back into the dark, Brenna.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Yep, Director Parker. Sorry, I just moved on from you. You didn't even said it. Sorry. Director Parker.
Thank you for this presentation. I have a couple of questions. You distinguish between direct and indirect funds, and yet sometimes, like under behavior support systems, it was listed on one slide as direct and one as indirect. So,
If it was, say, professional development for staff, that's indirect, versus hiring staff to work with kids or to work alongside teachers to do some side-by-side coaching that impacts the kid directly, I counted it as direct. So some of those are sort of gray as far as some of them are hard to characterize, right? But if it was clearly direct services to kids, I counted it as direct services to kids. If it was services for adults, not directly at kids, it's indirectly impacting our kids, no doubt, but it's not service that went directly at the student. And so I tried to be fair in terms of where I put things in the category, and tried not to over generalize that everything is for students, where we really tried to identify what is it that is direct services and supports for our students, if that makes sense.
so is it then the direct services that is the 55% we're talking about? Okay.
Yes.
And then secondly, wherever we spend these funds, do we have to get the permission from CDE before we do it? Or do we do it and then see if they accepted it?
Yes and no. Go ahead. I can, but
It's a bit of a back. I'll answer, and then Brenna
can jump in.
She can clarify if I don't explain it clearly. But it's a bit of a back and forth, and so our grants team has this group at CDE for many of our federal funds on speed dial, and because of what Kim has described around, the best laid plans, right? Sometimes don't go exactly, or always never go exactly as you expect. And so we are constantly sort of resubmitting things to them. And then they're actually giving us an indication that it will be approved with like a thumbs up. And then once we expend it, we submit for reimbursement. So that's sort of how it works. That's how it works. Yes, and so it's a bit of a backwards. We get indication that it's going to be approved. We do the work. We submit the documentation that this is what we're going to do, and then they give us the green light.
And how often do they give us a red light on something we've done?
They've given us a lot of yellow lights where we had to try again.
Okay.
What we submitted, they're like, no, not exactly that. No, your rationale's not good enough. Try again. And so we try again. We provide a different line item or a different this or a different that. We saw this a lot with our school-based allocations. When we sent that in the first time, red all over it. Ink. No. Show a whole bunch of things, then put it back. So it's just. Have we had any places where they for sure said no, we've already spent it? Not really.
Okay.
Well, and this is also part of like their process with the federal government for the funds that they're receiving as a state that they pass through to us, and they need to make sure that they feel like it's going to go up the chain and be approved by that. So it's sort of like, how do you spell bureaucracy? With what is this, not an insignificant amount of money, but in the grand scheme of our budget, a fairly small portion.
Yeah. I'd also add that we have like a 30-page document that they continue to add to online that is guidance for us that hopefully helps give us at least some guardrails of this is what's okay. And then if it's close, then obviously you want to engage in that conversation. And that's where the yellow light comes into play that Brenna talked about around, okay, tell me more. Is this really a justifiable expense? And it really is a back and forth.
Okay, and then my final question is, when does a school board, our school board, need to get involved in any kind of voting capacity to approve anything that you're doing versus I appreciate you telling us, this is great, but is there ever a situation where we are required to approve something?
In June, when you approve the budget, you approve not only the general fund, but the grants fund, the transfer funds, all the funds that make up the entire thing. So that is when the board appropriates the funds. And then if, for example, we wanted to come back and spend more fund balance, one-time fund balance from the general fund, and go over budget on something for a particular reason, we would have to come back for reauthorization of the board to use fund balance.
Okay. So it's just the one time a year pretty much that we see the whole budget, the whole balance.
Actually, it's somewhat twice. So there is a mid-year budget review and possible revision, which the district has not always done, the mid-year review. Brenna and I have changed that practice so that every year, is it January or February that we do it? In January, we bring you the budget. Now, last year, because our expenditures increased, but so did our revenue, you did not have to reappropriate fund balance use, but you did, I think, accept the mid-year budget revision as a board. And so if there are funds or high-profile investments like these funds that are supposed to be going toward a certain thing, that our community has expectations about, that you feel strongly about, that you want us to sort of give you a little more detail on, we're happy to do that in the mid-year as well, or as requested, which is what happened for tonight, right? I mean, you just said we would like an update on this.
Right.
And we would like for it to be public. And so here we are. So we're happy to talk to you about the different funds as requested by the board, and or if when we're doing the full year or the June or the January budget reviews, if there are specific funds that you want us to give you a little bit more detail on, we're absolutely happy to do that as well.
Okay, thanks.
So Tracy, can I just follow up on that? So just for the understanding, because we talked about this, the 1 point some million dollars that was put towards pre-K, we had not initially, that was not initially in the ESSER world of what we had expected we were going to be spending the money on, like when you gave us the list. So, but because pre-K is under the umbrella of impacting children, it could still be counted as investing in children for the purpose of education recovery or education need for us. Right? I mean, that's why we were able to move. We didn't move money, but it was earmarked for that purpose.
I would say this, the ESSER guidelines from CDE
right.
That they provide us explicitly speaks to preschool as an allowable expense,
right.
recognizing that any child birth to 5 has been impacted in some way, shape, or form.
Okay.
And so it is an allowable way to utilize ESSER resources.
Right. So that was one of the questions I had, since it was not the children that we had seen going through COVID. It was the children that were impacted anyway. Yeah, anyway, right. So that's how it falls under the ESSER umbrella. Okay, thank you.
Probably almost potentially impacted socioeconomically with these families as well, being as young as they are, but the long-term effects of
absolutely. It was just the clarity of, did that fall under the ESSER space?
Other questions or comments for our friends around the ESSER update? Hearing none. Thank you.
And the dashboard's up now, isn't it? The dashboard is up for ESSER for people to look.
There's a website on the district website that details some of the ESSER.
Yes, Brenna's team, one of Brenna's teams, in fact, thank you for saying that, because I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to Andy Flynn, who is on Brenna's team, who works with about 40 different people that are all responsible for different line items in ESSER, and works to corral all of us and keeps our website up and going so that the information is accurate. So a thank you to him as well.
It's further breaking down the myth that it's Brenna Copeland that spends all of the money for the district, the entire budget. It's not just Brenna Copeland. It's many people. Okay, thank you all very much. Okay, we have reached the final session of our agenda this evening to hear from district staff on exploring sustainable educational opportunities or options for Coal Creek Canyon. Since meeting with the Coal Creek Canyon community last spring, district staff have been researching sustainable education options for the community. Tonight, they'll share with us plans to explore the possibility of a charter school, sustainably small by design, serving the Coal Creek community. And I want to welcome Ms. Adiko. Did I say it right? Yes. Okay, that was the emphasis I wasn't sure about. So welcome. We haven't had a chance to meet yet. And Mr. Liu, back to the table. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to say before we turn it over to our friends?
Yes, thank you, President Schooley. As you all heard in the ROF's presentation earlier tonight, Coal Creek Canyon is a unique place, and we have staff who will talk tonight about how we plan to work with that community to explore sustainable educational options for the Coal Creek community. I appreciate Ms. Adiko, who's new to Jeffco, being with us this evening. Thank you for being here, and welcome to Team Jeffco. And again, Ms. Relu, thank you. I'll hand it over to you now to begin our presentation.
Okay, this is going to be a pretty brief presentation. Drew's getting it up for us. The reason that we have there's some space between the ROF's presentation that we delivered to you earlier today and this presentation is because the processes are parallel but separate. There would be no action. There would be a recommendation to the board on October 12th based on the information that we find as part of this process, but you would actually be taking no action regarding an authorization of a charter school until your regular process for this work in the spring. So this is really a process that, and I want to be clear for community as well, that the two of us will be working with the community on in the short term. Okay. All right, so I'm going to skip through these slides, but they're here in case someone opens this presentation and isn't sure where we started. But you saw these earlier tonight, and we talked about the unique geography of Coal Creek Canyon, and we also talked about we also discussed some of the things that the community brought up with us when we met with them in the spring and what we did in response to those comments that they brought up. So we have concluded after our research that potentially the most sustainable solution for Coal Creek Canyon is exploring interest from a charter school designed to serve 50 or 60 students. I know it's difficult for folks in smaller communities within our district to understand, but Jeffco is a large district, and the size that Coal Creek, the school, has reached is not sustainable any longer for us to run. That doesn't mean there could be interest from another entity that is interested in providing educational options, but as a district, it is unsustainable for us. So we're going to seek interest from charter schools in providing a quality education option designed to serve students in the Coal Creek Canyon area beginning in the 25-26 school year, which is consistent with your charter application review timeline. And the district may be able to support a short-term agreement somewhere between 1 and 5 years for a charter school to use a portion of the space of the building that is there before we make long-term recommendations for what happens to that building. We also know from talking to some folks or some charter schools that are smaller in nature that they don't tend to operate out of large district schools because that's not sustainable for them. They look more to be embedded somewhere in the community that is meant to is basically the capacity of the program that they would be serving. And to be clear, this process that we will be running over the next month or so will inform the staff recommendation we make to the board regarding the timing of the closures of grades K through 5 in the current Coal Creek Canyon School. And this process will not impact the timeline for closure of grades 6 through 8, which will occur at the end of the 23-24 school year. Our anticipation is that even if there is a charter entity that is interested in running something beyond a PK5 or PK6 school, it would take them time to grow that program into a K8 or a K12 school, and that would not happen by the start of the 25-26 school year. So this outlines, and this is what was shared with the Coal Creek Canyon community, that we will open tomorrow a window to receive letters of intent from charter schools, not dissimilar to letters of intent that are submitted during your regular process, that are going to be considered and that Ms. Adiko and I will and other staff will be looking at. And the response is what we're looking for is a demonstrated capacity to provide quality education. If we believe that there are viable responses, we will recommend to you that you delay the closure of the grades K through 5 for the reasons that we talked about earlier in the presentation, in terms of the younger kids, the long commute, and just to have them go down the hill to then bring them back up potentially the following year feels like a lot of change. I do want to be clear, as the community presented to us when we went up there in the spring, they presented a lot of creative ideas about how you can run a small school. And we are going to explore all those creative ideas in partnership with some of our other districts that run small schools to figure out how we can serve kids well, but do it in a resource responsible way for grades K through 5 if that school remains open. So and the community seemed very open to some creative ideas around that. If we do not feel that if we receive no responses at all, or there are no viable responses, we are going to recommend to this board on October 12th that you close grades K through 5 at the end of the current school year. Now, that doesn't mean you wouldn't receive an application for a charter school in the spring that might be requesting to serve that community. But we are not, even if you considered that in the spring, the decision that you make, or that you make on October 12th, and that we recommend. Of course, you could always amend our recommendation as part of your process. But it's really important that we're not making a spring decision. That families really understand where they stand for the next school year, and that is what we are hoping to do through this process. Okay, I'm gonna hand it over to Tayo. And so what you do is you.
Great. There you go. So with support from Lisa's team, I will be able to facilitate a letter of intent acceptance period that will open tomorrow and run through the end of September. And during that time, I'll engage with folks that are currently working in Jeffco Charter Schools, the Colorado League of Charter Schools, and CSI, the Charter School Institute, to engage with potential applicants. And additionally, we will work with the Coal Creek community to bring interested parties up to the school to tour the school and learn more from the community. And then after all of that, we will have our traditional authorization time or cycle in the spring of 2024. For folks who didn't submit letters of intent next month, they can submit them by February, and then full applications are due by March 15th, and then typically this board votes on those applications by the end of June.
Thank you. That's our presentation tonight.
Great. Thank you both. Questions, comments, clarification? Great. Director Miller.
So will it go through the full process then? The DAC will review it, the interviewing of the company or organization or school provider will follow the same process, I guess is what I'm asking.
In the spring. For the letter of intent for this fall, for that 1 month window, that will not go through that type of process.
Right, but the springtime one, that will go through the formal process.
The regular process. We have talked about whether the letter of intent they submit for this, they could just slightly amend that and resubmit it, or in the spring. We don't anticipate double work for an organization is what we're trying to communicate.
Okay, great, thank you.
Anyone, other questions? I would like to say I do appreciate that, one, the context, especially for anyone that's visited Coal Creek Canyon K-8. It is a bit different in terms of access and the community that is served up there, and I appreciate how much time the staff has spent being thoughtful about what we can do to still serve those kids in a way that is meaningful. Those kids, children and families, kids, not goats, children and their families. So thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, it doesn't look like we have any other questions for you all at this moment. So thank you for coming to present. Again, lovely to meet you. Welcome to Jeffco. We look forward to working with you. All right. That brings us to the end of today's agenda. We stand adjourned, not re-adjourned. Our next regularly scheduled meeting of the board is set for 3 p.m. on September 6th here at the Ed Center. Everyone have a lovely and safe evening.